We can probably get through part 2 tonight. We've got birthday and soiree, and if I remember correctly, Mara said save soiree for last. Oh, you clipped my little ditty. Perfect. I usually capture my game before I start, but then I don't have fancy intro music. Yo, Jack, good to see you. Yeah, a big part of that is, like, because I've got a whole bunch of stuff going live, and I don't want the game background music playing while I'm getting ready and stuff like that. So it's a bit tough to kind of organize. Jack, hope you're doing well. Alright, let's do birthday. Happy birthday. I wonder whose birthday it is. If it's our birthday or if it's Cove's birthday. Let's find out. Let's do it. Go. There we go. Neither. It's somebody else's birthday. Hell yeah. It's the world's birthday, January 1st. Yeah, we're just celebrating it a little late. That's fine. Alright, let's get back into this. It was a pleasant afternoon. The sun shone brightly, and the breeze tugged lightly at the balloons strung around the park. You and Cove had just been dropped off at Miranda Eckert's birthday party. Also horses. Are there horses? I don't see any horses. I would like there to be. You didn't really know Miranda. Last year was the first time you had a class with her, and everyone at school knew her as quiet. The shy girl stuck to her own friend group like glue. It had been a surprise that she was having such a big party. You looked over at the expansive park, a spacious recreation center in the next town over, and noticed a bouncy castle. Wait, all of Horsekind is recorded as being born on January 1st? Wait, really? Why? That's such a bizarre decision. Huh. Miranda had a bit of a reputation for not caring if she acted mature like other teens sometimes did. It made a certain amount of sense that her party would match that. You thought Miranda was sweet, you thought Miranda was weird, you didn't have any opinion of Miranda yet, you wanted to get to know Miranda better. Look up horse birthday, it's true? Shit. Now I wish I had written a song for January 1st called Horse Birthday. Just using, like, samples of horses whinnying and shit like that. Maybe at this party you'd have the chance to make friends with her. You were excited at the thought. Yeah, exactly. Same hat. Exactly. You hadn't had a choice in coming here today. Your moms insisted on it after you got the invitation, as did Cove's mom and dad. So both you and he were driven over to the next town with presents in tow. All of the parents had been pretty firm about going to a birthday party if you'd been invited. Thank you. Oh, Azura, thank you for the lurk. Just editing with stream in the background. Hell yeah, Azura. Thank you for being here. That's a bold claim, are you sure? Yeah, we're gonna change the calendar after this year. I don't know if I've ever talked about this on stream, but I have a very, very, very weird opinion that I think the calendar should be changed. And I think there's a really, really cool way to do it that would make it so much more simple. I think that since we have 365 days, if I'm doing the math correctly, if I'm remembering correctly, I'm actually going to pull out my calculator to make sure that I'm doing the math correctly, but I don't sound like a complete and total idiot, instead of only half an idiot. Yes. Instead of 12 months with random amounts of days, some with 30, some with 31, and then one with 28, I'm suggesting that we have 13 months, and all of the months have 28 days. So every month has exactly 4 weeks, 7 days, 7, 7, 7, 7, which is 28 days. And then you have 28 days in a month, and you have 13 months, because that comes out to 364 days a year. Now you're probably wondering, but Sul, There's 365 days a year. Exactly. The first/last day of the year, after you go through all 13 months, you have New Year's Day as a day by itself. It's not attached to any month. It's just a single day. And that is the day that notes the end of one cycle and the beginning of a new cycle. So after month 13, you have New Year's Day, and then you begin again. What about leap years? That's also very easy. You just have your New Year's Day becomes a New Year's weekend. So you would have leap day, and then New Year's Day, and then you would start over. Heading out for the night, enjoy the stream. Mario, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you. But you see, the Gregorian calendar is not the only one that's in use, so it would not make it that much simpler. Listen, I am not trying to replace any calendars attached to any faiths. I would never ever do that. Don't worry, I'll ask for more salami when I'm back. Okay, Mario, I appreciate that. Please do. Go for it. But those calendars already don't link up anyway, so I'm looking at this as like the calendar that the secular world uses, because right now it's a fucking mess, right? We have this really fucked up calendar system that doesn't work, and business tries to run by it, but it's all messed up. So like from a business perspective, it doesn't work. From a like logical perspective, everything moves around every year. Nothing is easy to predict. This way, you always know, like, oh, okay, even if we kept the same 7-day week we had today, you know, I will have the first day of the week and the last day of the week off every week. So the 1st and the 7th, I always have off. The 8th and the 15th, I always have off, you know? If you're working Monday to Friday type shit, right? So it makes it so much easier. You don't even have to worry about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You're just worried about the numbers. It's all nice and uniform. I don't know. I think it makes shit a lot easier. Name the 13 months after the 13th sign of the Zodiac? Why the hell not? That's fine with me. I'm cool with that. I'm Gucci with that. I don't know. I think it's nice and uniform. And that makes my brain happy. All right. We agreed it was best to attend. You wondered if it was an adult thing. You were happy to be here. You wish you were somewhere else. You felt out of place. You were willing to give it a chance. I think that's the one. You had just arrived at the party, after all. You couldn't see the future. It could turn out to be fun, or it could be a disaster. You just had to wait and see. Cove made a small noise which caught your attention. He looked around, scanning the area. He fidgeted with his gift in hand.
So...
any idea what we're supposed to do with these? You looked at your own present and then towards the seating area. There was a table filled with snacks and drinks and supplies for various party games. Past all that, you spotted one table in the back that seemed to have a truckload of gifts. You pointed it out to Cove. Let's drop the presents off over there. Cove nodded with a smile and turned to where you gestured. He saw it too. Cool. You and Cove began to walk over to the present table, flattening the well-trimmed grass beneath your feet. You walked past groups of people. Classmates in semicircles, broken up into the usual friend groups, chatted away. You, or maybe Cove, received the occasional greeting and friendly nod. However, as you passed by even more people that you had never seen before, you became aware there were more strangers here than not. It was more crowded than you expected. Miranda Eckert, the quiet girl, was hosting the most populated birthday party you had been to in a long time. You looked at the new faces and thought you saw something of Miranda in them. Cousins, nieces or nephews, maybe? Parties could be a big deal in her family. Both of you reached the table. You set your gift down in an empty space, brushing some confetti aside, and Cove placed his gently next to it. He looked at the present thoughtfully.
Hey.
Hey, what did you get her? Before you had a chance to answer, Cove opened his mouth again and tapped his gift. I found this sparkly backpack. I figured she could use it for school or for a trip or something. Your moms had taken you out shopping the other day. You'd searched through the store and ultimately picked out a stuffed animal, grabbed a necklace and bracelet set, found a light-hearted adventure book, chose a yarn craft kit that made a toy you let your moms pick. Your moms didn't appreciate what you had picked and chose something else. I'm gonna say an adventure book, since she probably is somebody who likes to read. You remembered the story as something funny but interesting. It had nice characters, low stakes, and a witty author who got to make the occasional aside about various shenanigans the adventurers got into. Miranda Eckhart's birthday party, population higher than Sunset Bird, probably. Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely the vibe we're getting here. You hoped it was up Miranda's alley. You described it to Cove briefly, and he had no objections.
Not bad.
Not a bad idea. What did you get her? A knife! No! Perfect. He brushed his hands against the side of his pants. I really hope Miranda likes her gifts, but I think we both did good. With that, he gave you a sunny grin. You touched the gift one more time, and then stepped away. Without the direction of needing to put stuff away, the two of you weren't sure what to do next. You felt a little awkward, and Cove shrunk in on himself as he looked around. There were more guests heading to the present table, so you turned away and wandered over to a nearby tree where you wouldn't be in the way. From there, you both inspected the area and planned the next step. You were glad that Cove had been invited too. At least you had his company in this unfamiliar place. You watched him, and he gave you a nervous grin. It reassured you a little, and you smiled back. What's next? Cove did not appreciate being put on the spot. He was just as unsure as you were. Birthday party stuff? It didn't seem to be time for cake, what with people still arriving. Nothing else seemed to be organizing yet either. He noticed that himself and tried again. We could find Miranda. That was an idea. It made sense to greet the birthday girl. Okay, we could say hello. Wish her happy birthday. Ask her what she wants people to do.
Sounds good.
Exactly. Forgot how calming this music was. Yeah, that's fair. Good answer, Cove. With that point, it was decided. The Miranda hunt had begun. That's a choice of words. You wandered around. Anytime you saw someone with Miranda's hair color, you got a little closer, but more than once it turned out to not actually be her. Hey, look. Finally, he pointed over to the real Miranda. She smiled slightly when you both approached, but ducked her head. She seemed a little overwhelmed with being the center of attention today. The Miranda Hunt would be a cool band name. That definitely feels like a band name, for real. Hi, Cove. Hi, Cygnus. Aw, Miranda's adorable. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thanks. I'm really glad you could come.
Aww. You all stood awkwardly. Miranda did seem genuinely happy, but there was still a distance. She's looking like she's staring at the ground and sheepishly smiling. This is adorable. This is a great looking party. Thank you. Is there something we need to do, or should we just hang out?
Oh, well, you can talk to people if you want. There are games that are gonna start soon.
They gave Miranda a lot of voice lines. And the bounce house should open later if you feel like jumping. Then after that, it's cake and present time. We'll have ice cream too. Yeah, that was a full line. After that is when people will start going home. I hope that's okay with you guys. Cove nodded. He seemed a little more confident about the situation now. Thanks for letting us know. You grinned at her and she nodded back. Miranda waited there and you became hyper aware of the silence forming. You heard a shout for a Randy, and Miranda brightened up, a total 180 with how stiff she had been with you.
I gotta talk to some more people. Bye!
Oh, that was her way out. The birthday girl ran off to her friend, leaving you and Cove with at least a little more idea of what to expect. Both glanced at each other wordlessly. We felt a little disappointed. It was going to be hard to get to know Miranda better with how in demand she was probably going to be today. Hopefully, you'd get to talk with her later. All that was left now was finding something to fill the time until the activities began. You tried to chat with the people around. Yeah, let's try to be social. Cove kept at your side as you socialized. It was a lot of introductions and small talk, but you weren't surprised. You ran into some classmates and ended up talking about a rumor that there would be a new art teacher in the fall. Cove didn't buy the wildest rumors about her, that she was an international art thief who was hiding out from the law. You wondered how a story like that even got started. Sombra, hello! How are you? Good to see you. Your nightmare, Alice? Yeah, and now socializing. One of your classmates laughed and said she'd heard it from someone who had been in summer school and happened to see a truck with some paintings wrapped in the back. She didn't understand the stretch either. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed over the crowd. The constant buzz of conversation dropped as one of the adults, maybe Miranda's dad, asked the kids to gather around because it was game time. Oh, you love socializing. Small talk is different. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. You're doing all right, Sombra? That's really good to hear. I'm doing well. I got a new hoodie. It's really nice and bright red and definitely isn't my band. Like, no joke. It's really comfy. I'm really happy with it. Mara, I would never steal art. I'm not an NFT, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, Sombra, I'm really, really happy with how it turned out. An art liberator. Let's go.
Huh.
Cove, I wonder what's gonna happen. Thank you, Sombra. I really appreciate that. I'm really happy with how it turned out. Robin Hood. There you go. Yeah, just steal some art. It's fine. You saw a picture of a donkey hung on a tree, a table with a lot of candy, and even more balloons. I guess we could be playing Pin the Tail on the Donkey. I doubt it. What do you think it's about? You pointed to the poster of the tailless donkey. He shook his head. I've never seen anybody play that in real life. Liberate stolen art and artifacts and return them. We love to see it. We love to see it. I actually, as a kid, when I was very, very little, my mom definitely set it up once. We also did a piñata once, which was not great because I'm pretty sure I almost hit somebody with it because I just fucking went swinging. Now they just do it in VR and it's not quite the same. Oh my god. The adult announced that the children under 10 had the first turn on the bounce house. For everyone else, it was time to play Pin the Tail on the Donkey. Kids these days with their VR. You'd done piñatas and Pin the Tail, but it was never at your house. Fair enough, Joel. You had called it. Cove raised his eyebrows. He was surprised for sure. You thought it was kind of silly. You were fine with the game. You didn't know. I think it's kind of silly. Piñatas are way more fun than Pin the Tail on the Donkey. That is absolutely true. It was such a kid's game. The fact that this was planned for a party full of teens was a little crazy. You reluctantly joined the line since that's what you were supposed to do, and you didn't feel like arguing. The donkey in question was a cartoony poster with big eyes that looked more like ping pong balls. It was positioned a few feet above the ground on a tree trunk. Now the metaverse is a thing, I bet that's actually going to be a thing. Horrifying. I genuinely don't think the metaverse is going to take off. Mostly because everything Facebook does is so fucking half-baked and shoddy. I feel like somebody else's metaverse will take off. Back to the Inside Train. Oh man, talk about mood whiplash.
Thank you for the subscription.
Benny! 6 months. 6 months, baby. 6 months, baby. 6 months, baby. 6 months, baby. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Mostly because people already hate it. It's so true. Thank you for the shout out for Benny Makes Games. Benny is an absolute legend. But yeah, Joro, talk about Mood Whiplash. This game and Inside. That is 2 very different tones. Don't know about you, but Second Life will always be my metaverse of choice. I never got into it. I respect it, but I never got into like alternate living. Second Life, beginnings and always. There you go. They feel basically the same. Really, Joro? Okay. That's curious to me because okay, you're not finished Inside yet. We will have more of a conversation about Inside when you finish it. I never played Second Life, but you know, it just already exists in the past. That's very true, Benny. That's very true. Okay, I'm absolutely not being serious. See, this is why I need emotes. Because, so here's my problem. When I see somebody who types in like proper punctuation and proper capitalization, I assume everything they're saying is dead serious. Because it doesn't have like the shitpost texting of all lowercase or ridiculous typography or other tone indicators. Interesting. What's Inside? Oh, Alice, the Bo Burnham comedy special, Inside. The metaverse is nothing new, it's just that business people think it's new. 100% agree, Benny, 100%. Tried Second Life once and got instantly banned from the room I spawned in on because I didn't know what I was doing and was somehow jumping on tables. Whoops, Sombra. Yeah, not the Nutsack game. Wait, what? What's the... Now I'm confused. What's the Nutsack game? Whoever owned that room took it super seriously. Oof. Right, yeah, I usually type with proper punctuation. I type fast enough so punctuation falls through the cracks while they're correcting, especially capitals. Yeah, that's super valid. Inside the game? I don't know if I know that game, Azura. "100% Joro." I was just saying, like, because it came up yesterday where Mara was being really, really serious, but while I was, or was being very, very non-serious, but while I was reading at a glance, I wasn't picking up on the sarcasm because there was no like emotes or tone indicators. So that happens sometimes where I will take you at full face value if you don't make it abundantly clear you're joking. And that's like on me, but that's my brain being scattered of streaming and reading chat, right? I was like, yeah, this is for me. Yeah, see, like, I struggle with fantasy sims. I can type with bad punctuation if it'll make me seem sillier. I don't know. It was just a tone thing. No, Joro, you do what you want to do. I think the other part of it is that I've come to know you as a very, very... Serious isn't the right word, but you're a very, very smart... all of our conversations have been really, really... Like, most of our conversations have been really intellectual and really... Like... I don't know, very good, solid, hearty, intellectual, smart conversations. So... That's my default tone for you, is that when you're saying something very seriously. So so for me, it was like, oh, I completely missed the joke because we've had such great chats. This is supposed to be a compliment. My point being that I think of you as a very, very smart and intelligent person, and often our conversations are very serious. So I missed the sarcasm entirely. Addition to give Salt more emote slots. We're working on it. We're working on it. I do have an emote slot left to fill. I'm just waiting for an emote to fill it because Alyssa's been very busy. It's made by the people who made Limbo. Oh, okay, Azura. I will look into it because I'm curious, but I'm not going to look into it on stream. Need to lean away from using my shitpost tone for more serious conversation. it has taken me a lot of time to really develop my I'm being serious on the internet conversational tone and my I'm being a total fucking asshat conversational tone via text. The way of like inferring like verbal context and like tone through typing, and like there are hard indicators too. Like people can use emotes or emoticons, and like you can use like /J for joking and stuff like that. Lots of different people in lots of different generations do it different ways. But I also find it very interesting too that like there are certain grammatical choices you can make. Like one that I see a lot from Gen Z. So like boomers, you know, boomers do the, I'm gonna see if I can just do it. Like boomers have the boomer ellipsis, right? You know, where like boomers talk like this, LOL, and that comes off very aggressive, right? But interestingly, I have found that yeah, it has to be an incorrect ellipsis, correct? But like a thing I found Gen Z do is like Gen Z is fine, honestly, like doing it with commas, like doing the boomer ellipsis, but doing it with commas is a thing I see Gen Z do all the time. I see Gen Z do it all the fucking time. But that is like total shitpost. Like that is like aggressive shitpost tone. Like the two tones could not be more opposite. It's wild. Yeah. I wasn't directly... I did just do that, Alice. I did. Oh, interesting, Azura. Interesting. See, like, for me, so the logic behind me, the reason why I don't read that as serious at all is because there's no time where dropping a million commas in a row makes logical sense. So like the comma span doesn't stress me out. I go, oh, we are in, to me it reads as super shitpost. The grammatical incorrectness removes the serious for me, fair enough. So much Gen Z conversational style comes off super petty and mean to me. Bestie makes me super anxious. Oh no, I didn't realize that, Azura. See, like, I find a lot of Gen Z terminology. There's a whole conversation to be had here, and there's a whole conversation to be had here, and at the risk of being old man who yells at cloud, because that's not the point of what I'm talking about here. I find a lot of turns in tone in Gen Z conversation borrows queer sassiness. And yeah, Bestie is a problem because Bestie can be affectionate and passive aggressive. So the problem is Azura, you're absolutely right. I can definitely see why somebody who's autistic would have trouble with Bestie, because some people use it as a genuinely endearing term and other people use it to basically mean bitch. And there's no indication without context. So I can definitely understand why that is a nightmare word to navigate. My first interview, I'm actually your ex-mean descriptor, Bestie. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But like, I have found a lot of Gen Z slang kinda leans on like sassy queer vibes, which in turn, let's be real here, leans on sassy black woman vibes. There's a lot of white queer appropriation of black culture, and then that is being further taken even one step further out by like internet culture. And that's a whole conversation to have. But I am not the one to fucking have it. But it is something that I've seen. I went to an I went to an all-girls school. There was a lot of that backward social bullshit there. Oh god, Sombra, I can never get in with any of the cliques. That is rough. It doesn't help that my experience with sassy queer is bullies too. Like, ignoring the fact that, like, really sassy queers are sometimes just fucking assholes. Let's be real here. Yeah, it's rough. So, like, there are layers of it that are pretty, like, whew, you know, rub the sweat from your brow kind of situation. Oh god, I can't do things like sweetheart or honey. Be hella passive aggressive with those, but it's generally obvious when I'm doing that. Had a very unique high school experience. School didn't really have cliques, very high ESL population, so it was kind of like if you spoke English, we're friendly. Oh, true. Okay, yeah. Missed out on a lot of that weird, sassy high school drama. So, like, I came from a super small town. I came from a super small town where the number of people who weren't fucking whiter than mayonnaise could count on one hand. And so there was your own. You had your own small town Stepford Wives passive aggression of its own kind in small towns that I dealt with. And a whole lot of, like, Jesus loves you kind of stuff that was not great. And then I moved to Toronto, and it was a whole other world. And man, did I learn a lot of shit really fucking quick. Try to be as clear as... there's a new book about changes to the written English by internet culture because internet... Yeah, absolutely, Pint. Tone indicators and emojis really help me. 100%, I agree, Azura. Tone indicators are fantastic. That's awesome. Yeah, that would make for a very, very unique experience. That's really interesting. That's really cool. Anyway, all of this to say, if I ever misread or misinterpret something that you say, please tell me that I've got it wrong and please correct me. Because that shit helps a lot. And honestly, I need to get more better Twitch TV emotes running, because I don't think I have Keck W on. I don't think I have Keck W on my chat. I don't. And, like, I need to fix that, because as much as, like, the origins of Keck is kind of shitty, the actual emote itself does wonders. We have a not. Yeah, I chose a different Nodders. Now let's go to BTTV. So I will say this: I won't add any of the Pepe emotes. I just won't do it. I know that it wasn't meant to be a shitty thing, and the original creator of it, like, tried to reclaim it, and I really respect that. But I feel like it just has way too much history of shitty people. And I know some people who get really, really upset by the Pepe emotes, so I personally won't add them. Yeah, so, like, I probably... So, the TLDR, Sombra, is that, like, the Pepe emotes, the Pepe comics were originally, like, just a guy who had a character, but Pepe the Frog was co-opted by a lot of, I think it's the same. The creator himself is fine, but they got heavily co-opted by the alt-right and neo-Nazis and white supremacists and, like, every fucking nasty group under the sun, and they were using it as a, like, big, like, symbol, and it was kind of a dog whistle for them for a long time, for being, like, it was a big dog whistle for them for a long time. Yeah, exactly, to the point where they're basically a dog whistle. Now it's starting to go back the other way, but, like, They also did that with the OK sign, which is weird, but it's the OK sign in a very specific way. You have to be holding it in a very specific position for it to be a symbol that means white power. But yeah, a lot of people, when you would see people wearing like Pepe the Frog pins, that was their way of signaling to other people that they were like alt-right or you know, having white supremacist beliefs or other neo-Nazi bullshit. So yeah, it was a whole thing. And like the unfortunate thing is, like, with the it's also mostly posed, yeah, but no, exactly, Joel, but like it's still a problem, right? It's still a dog whistle. And so like the big problem, Sombra, was like when Twitch exploded in the last 2 years, that knowledge didn't come with it. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of people who are just using it because they think that they're cute emotes, because they weren't really part of like the online communities at the time. And especially like Twitch in the last 2 years, I've seen a big uptick in those emotes getting used by people who very clearly aren't shitty, you know what I mean? Using them as they're intended. And so like I can respect that desire to reclaim it. And so I don't begrudge people because a lot of it is, I don't judge people by an emote, I judge people by their fucking actions, if that makes any sense. But for a lot of people who have been in the trenches of it for a while, it's really upsetting to them. Like a streamer I know, who I won't name them just because I'm not going to put them on the spot, especially when they're not in chat to like talk about themselves. But a streamer I know has banned them from their stream entirely just because it makes them very uncomfortable. And I think that's valid. It's like cute mean frog, and it's really shocking to those used by shitty people. I know, and I'm sorry to do that to you, Sombra. I'm really sorry to do that to you. And I'm not going to tell you to stop using them, because I know that you are not a shitty person. And I know the spaces that you use it in are not spaces full of shitty people. But it is important to note and just be aware of it. Just be aware that it can be a dog whistle. So like, yeah, so like I just added Keck W. Because I love that emote. I think it's hilarious. Well, see, like, that's, it's like the puzzle piece symbol in autistic spaces, exactly. And so what it is, you know, it is very innocuous symbols that are supposed to be innocuous that have much more dangerous, hidden, deeper meanings, or are attached to really shitty communities that say to be for one thing but are really actually for something else, right? I mean, that's the definition of a dog whistle, right? Something that seems to have a completely innocuous meaning but has something far more insidious underneath it. Also, like the yeah. That's a whole thing I always forget about too, Alice. I mean, yeah, it's like the swastika, absolutely. It was a symbol. It's a symbol that literally means it's a peace symbol. And then it gets ruined forever by the Nazis. And I gotta say, it was jarring. It was jarring for me when I went to Japan and went to temples that are just covered in them, because these temples were all built thousands of years before the Nazis. So like I had to have that moment of like, whoa, and then relax when I realized I had nothing to do with that shit. The thing is, a lot of stuff depends on context, and public internet has a bit of context collapse. Yeah, it's really rough. That's called manji in Japanese. Thank you, Mara. I didn't actually know what it was called in Japanese. I appreciate that. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to go on this tangent. I apologize for getting into this topic while we're in happy birthday party land. Very sorry about that, but yeah, it was, I'm probably going to keep the Pepe emotes off my channel, and that's why. Brings any positivity to this topic, I made a turf delete a shitload of comments on Reddit. Hell yeah!
Thank you for the subscription.
Urban, what the hell? Holy shit! Urban, thank you for the 5 gifties. To Chrisatiel, to What a Terrible Idea, Death Logic, Riggy, Mario, yo! So many good people got those. Thank you, Urban. Why not? I mean, I'm not gonna argue with you, but like, holy shit, thank you. And that went to some really awesome people. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, and my goal only counted one of those. What the hell? What the hell? I don't know why the goal only added one of those. We should be at 59. I'll update it later. It's okay. I can keep a track of it. I always update it at the end of the day because for whatever reason, it just does not add all of the subs when they get when people gift them. It doesn't want you to play Kingdom Hearts either. It's been doing this for a long time, but lately it's been really bad. Lately it's been really bad about not updating. So I have no idea why it's doing that. But yeah, Urban, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. We're now at 59 out of 500 for this dumb goal. Pint was right. I literally was like, it's a joke goal. Don't worry about it. And everybody was just kind of like, bet, you're gonna play Kingdom Hearts, motherfucker. Get ready. And like, there were some people who were like, for that many subs, you better play more than just Kingdom Hearts 1. But like, I was looking into it. The best way for me to get Kingdom Hearts 1, is the goal not counting resubs, like only counting first subs? It might be, Pint, actually. That's actually a good point. But there's no way to change that in the settings. I think there's a way to change that in the settings of OBS. So when I finally make the full OBS switch, hopefully it will stop doing this shit. Yeah, the best way to get it, there's the 1.5 and 2.5 collection that I can get for the PS4 for like $15. So I will have Kingdom Hearts 2 already. So, you know, if I end up liking Kingdom Hearts 1, I will probably end up playing 2. I've just been afraid to even consider it. Comes with 3 games, I think. Yeah, it comes with a bunch of stuff connected to 1 and a bunch of stuff connected to 2. Like an ass's ass, which we're gonna pin things in. Mara desperately trying to get us back on track. Someone tell LMP, oh my god, LMP scares me. LMP is built differently. What a character. That'd be what? Character arc where it turns out I actually like Kingdom Hearts? That is my biggest fear, Alice. My biggest fear is that after all this time, I will end up loving the games. Because then I have to own that. Then I have to own that I dodged it for, like, 15 years and end up liking them. More than 15 years. The first one came out, like, what, 20 years ago now? Salt quits Twitch if that happens? No. No, I will not quit Twitch, but I will definitely never live it down. Alright. Let's get back to it. It was positioned a few feet above the ground on a tree trunk. Whoops, one too many. Back up. The teen who arrived first was blindfolded and then spun around. If you love Kingdom Hearts, I will never let you live it down. Oh, I'm aware, Azura. I'm aware. The teen who arrived first was blindfolded and then spun around. He was nudged to the sign and away from the other kids so he wouldn't stick someone with the tail instead. Unfortunately for him, he placed the tail on the donkey's head like some bizarre earring. He wouldn't be winning that far from the target. His next opponent did far better by landing it on the donkey's back. Spectators clapped politely, and the line moved up. Shows up to Kingdom Hearts 20 years late with coffee? legitimately, if we hit the goal, that is going to be the name of the first stream. Pint, legitimately, I'm going to steal that. If we hit the goal, that'll be the name of the first stream. Me showing up to Kingdom Hearts 20 years late with coffee. Sup? I'll buy an iced coffee. I'll buy an iced coffee to show the fuck up to stream with coffee. More pins for the donkey's ass. More teens tried their hand at it. Some got closer than others, but no one had gotten it perfect yet. Soon, it was Cove's turn. He was blindfolded and spun just like the others. At this point, it was a close match and everyone was watching with bated breath. Cove approached the donkey and stuck the tail on without any hesitation. Cove stood back and removed his blindfold, cheering when he saw how close he was. He turned his head over his shoulder and grinned at you. Your turn. Oh, Cove nailed it. Time to take our turn. How is this such an intense game? Listen, I've been 13, and if I remember anything about being 13 is that anything is a competitive game if you decide you want to be the best at it in that moment. With the blindfold on and the bright park became utterly dark. As you were spun around, the sounds around you seemed to get louder. You were embarrassing. I never was. I'm glad you missed it. It was a rough time. Like jumping over hedges. I wasn't even 13, Pint. I was not even 6 when I did that dumb shit. I was never 13. I went straight from 12 to 14 like a good tall rise. Holy shit. I love that Cove isn't super impulsive, because I wouldn't want to catch a case of Cove-id. Oh, Azura, wow. You've truly elevated the level of our conversation, Joro. Big green cast, big neon green cast, yep. Broke my leg in 2 places in a cast for 3 months, because I decided to get into a competition jumping over a bush from my friend's neighbor's driveway into their yard, and broke my leg in 2 places like a fucking idiot. Someone's gonna have to explain what this means to me. Okay, so maybe this isn't everywhere, Sombra, but in Toronto and in a lot of places in North America, if you're in a building with an elevator, it will skip the 13th floor. It'll go like 10, 11, 12, 14 because of superstition. 13 is bad luck. So really tall buildings never have a 13th floor. They just skip the 14th floor. It's a thing all over Toronto, and I think it's similar in all over North America. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing, Alice. It's a thing. It gets even more wild, too, because in some areas of Toronto too, there are cultures where the number 4 is bad luck. Yeah, in Chinatown as well. There are places where the number 4 is a bad luck, so there's no 4th floor, and there's no 14th floor either. I've been in apartment buildings that go, and at the 40, So I've been in buildings that go, ground floor 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15. Have none of you ever read Wayside Stories from Wayside School? I have not, Jolro. I have not. Where my nan used to live didn't have a 13th floor. Yeah, see? There you go. In fairness, I've never been in more than like 10 stories. Alice, one day you'll be in big buildings. Ms. Zars teaches on the 13th story. There is no 13th story. There is no Ms. Zars. Interesting. Huh. That's cool. Yeah, I never read those. At least you could tell the direction of the bounce house from the shrieks of the younger children. You stopped spinning and stepped forward, tail in hand. It was time to give it a stab. Oh, nice. There's no way for me to cheat this. We place it directly in front of us, to the right, to the left, up, or down. I think the word tall rise, though, threw me off. It's a high-rise block here. Yeah, I usually go by high-rise myself. Slightly to the left. Good night, Jack. Thank you for hanging out. You pressed the tail into the target and stepped back. Take your blindfold off to check your results. There was some more clapping from the audience. Tail wasn't too far off. Behind you, there was a particularly enthusiastic ooh, and a few people mentioned how close you got. You smiled and looked back at Cove. He seemed amused. His tail wasn't off by much either, and you couldn't tell which one of you was winning. They were just too nearby each other. I also describe large things as fuck off. Fuck off is a size. Fuck off is a size. Yeah, a fuck off building, a fuck off big building is a size. And the reason for it, for anyone who doesn't believe me that fuck off is a size, fuck off is a size because, when you see something and it's so big, you go, fuck off. That's a fuck off size. So, like, back in the day, when I bought my first HD TV, it's no longer a fuck off TV, but at the time, I got a 42-inch TV, which was huge at the time, and so it was a fuck off TV, because in my tiny-ass apartment, it basically took up an entire wall, and so people would come into my house and go, fuck off. And it was the dumbest spend of money I've ever made, but I still have that TV, so it's worth it. This particular game takes into account your height. That's actually really, really cool. Yay big is good. Yep. Your dorm building was fuck off big size. That's also true pint. I love super tall building. They feed my fantasy that one day I can be Spider-Man and swing from them. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I want a Canadian Spider-Man. A few more kids took their turn. One girl managed to somehow pin the tail on the opposite side of the tree. You were pretty sure it had to be on purpose. With the line empty, the game was finally over. The adult running thing started to inspect the donkey. At this point, the sign was more tails than donkey. After your name was announced, everyone cheered and clapped for you once more. You came up to the front, and the man gave you a handful of candy as prize for the victory. Thank you. As you shoved the candy into your pockets, Cove walked up to you. Congrats on the win. You were humble about it. You felt bashful over winning. You reveled in the win. Yeah, we're gonna revel. I am the undefeated pin the tail on the Donkey King. Cove shook his head with a rueful smile. There's only been one game. There only needed to be one game.
Sure.
Uh-huh. Now we share the candy. You want some? His sparkling eyes told you yes. You held out a lollipop, and Cove accepted it carefully. It was a mystery flavor, so you had no idea if he'd like it or not. He unwrapped the treat, and it was a swirl of pale blue and translucent green. He gave it a tiny lick. What's it taste like? Your victory? Go away. Yeah, you know what? Victory is sweet salt. Come on. Nope. Sorry. That's not even close to where my brain went. I'm sorry. I've never so desired to do a murder as I did when someone's at the fire alarm on move-in day. That sucks. I don't know what this means, but I assume it's a lot of smaller buildings. Yeah. Look at Google Maps near OCAD, Alice. It's in downtown Toronto. Buildings are large. OCAD is large. OCAD isn't even that big, though. That's wild. My hometown had a bylaw that no building on Main Street could be taller than 2 stories. It's true. Moving to Toronto blew my mind. Used to get vertigo looking up at them. That was wild, too. So, like, I told this story already, but when Kai came to visit, they thought... So I'm going to talk Toronto speak for a split second, but I picked them up from the airport, and they thought that, like, North Etobicoke was downtown... Well, not that they thought it was downtown Toronto, but they were like, yeah, already these buildings are big, and I was like, oh, Oh no, Kai, this is nothing. We're in the burbs. We're in the suburbs. It gets a lot bigger. It was wild. The perspective difference was so wild to me. Yeah, no building that shape could be that tall. It's true. It's true, Pine. It's true. My city has something that no building is allowed to be taller than the tallest church steeple. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah, sheesh. Honestly, my town looks practically rural compared to Toronto. So, like, that's also what Kai said. Because, so, like, Kai was also saying that, like, Toronto makes London look small. What do you mean pencil crayon is the most structurally stable shape? It's a very stable shape, yeah. Like, one of the things that Kai said to me was, like, Toronto makes London look like a small city, which blew my mind. Because London, to me, feels like it's sprawling. But I guess Toronto is also fucking sprawling. And that's just looking at Google Maps because I'm yet to visit. Sombra, if you ever get the chance to make it here, I will happily give you the tour. We'll have a great fucking time. I mean, between me and everybody else you know in Toronto, we'll all make sure you have a great fucking time. Alright, now back to this line, which is way less perverted than I made it out to be. London sprawls, but has a lot more older buildings that limit the exposure to height. Yeah, okay, that's true. Oh, yeah! Alice, Sonic Boom is like the most famous record shop, one of the most famous record shops in Toronto. Alice, have you seen Scott Pilgrim vs. the World? In Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, there's a part where Scott and Knives are hanging out in a music store. They're hanging out in the original Sonic Boom. So anyone who's ever seen Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, when they're hanging out in the music shop, they're hanging out in Sonic Boom. And in the comic, in the actual comic, they're hanging out in Sonic Boom as well. That'll happen, it's just a matter of when. Hell yeah, Sombra. Sonic Booms are an actual sound thing and not just a hedgehog. It's true. It is true. But also, so Scott Pilgrim, the writer of Scott Pilgrim is very clearly a big Sonic the Hedgehog fan as well. It doesn't come up in the movies quite as much. But in the graphic novel series, there's quite a few Sonic references. For example, Scott Pilgrim's first band, before he's in the band called Sex Bob-omb that he's in now, the first band that he's in is a band called Sonic and Knuckles. There's a full color spread for one of the books. I think it's the 4th book, and it's Scott and Ramona having a smooch, but it's in the style of the Sonic 2 logo. And I'm pretty sure that's why he chose Sonic Boom specifically as the record store. Also because the entire thing takes place in the Annex, and the original Sonic Boom, at the time when the story was told, was in the Annex, which is an area of Toronto. Since we're talking about Toronto references in media, I'm hyped for the next Pixar movie to be set in Toronto. Yeah, it looks really cute. It looks really, really cute. I'm very excited for that movie. Alright. You both laughed at that, and you gave him more candies. An older teen walked up, tall enough to tower over you and Cove. You felt a little intimidated by this stern-faced teenager until she started to speak. Her voice was low, but friendlier than her tough frown would suggest. Hey, I'm handing out party favors. You want one? She showed you party hats. She insisted they were the key to a true partying mood. Okay. Maybe this is the small town in me. But if an older teenager came up to me at a party and offered me party favors, they literally meant drugs. And that's a real thing. That's a real thing I actually experienced. My first actual high school party when I was in grade 9, I was definitely offered a ridiculous amount of drugs by a lot of people in like grade 12. It is such a small town thing, I know. Fun fact, the start of the horror game Soma is set in Toronto. Oh wow, specifically right near OCAD is where the main character lives. Holy shit, that's really cool. Same within my industry, I'll ban clients for saying the word party. Yeah, exactly. When older teenagers approach you in general, it's usually something shady. That's very true, Sombra. One time they found weed in someone's locker in my high school and we had a 10-minute PA announcement about how the school is going downhill. Oh my god, Joel. Except this is a giant party organized by other parents and such stuff. Mara, I know. I'm not saying that's what's happening here. I'm just saying that I have a precedent for why I took that line wrong. So the high school I went to was so small town, it actually wasn't in town. It was on its own property just outside of town, attached to 100 acres of Carolinian wood forest. And when we did like all of our track and field stuff, we did it in the back trails behind the school, and that was the only time we were allowed in that back trail. But kids would sneak out all the time, and what kids used to do is like, if kids wanted to smoke weed, they would just like sneak out the back and go down the trails and just get high as fuck in the back of the school, and nobody could do anything because they just didn't see them go. It was ridiculous. Oh, Alice, are you looking at Downtown Toronto? Also, are you looking at the OCAD building? Because that's the college that I recommended to you, Alice. Are you seeing how weird the OCAD building? It's the OCAD building is the weirdest fucking building, and I love it. Right? It's such a good design. I love it. It's so good. Why are they so big? They get bigger, Alice. They get bigger. I know of people that took Jello shots to school and were worried they would get caught by the weekly drug dogs. Oh my god. We didn't have drug dogs. We didn't have drug dogs. Although, true story, the one day school was canceled because there was all sorts of broken glass in the building, because overnight, a deer smashed through the glass doors of one of our entrances to the school, and they accidentally got cut up, and they were like bleeding all over the school and broke another window trying to escape out, and they had to send in a cleanup crew to clean up the entirety of the fucking high school because this poor deer just like bled all over the school. Turns out the deer was fine. I should preface that the deer is fine. The deer was fine. They were able to find it, and they were able to get it to animal rescue and take care of it and get it all cleaned up, and it was fine. It was safe. There was nothing else. But our school got shut down for an entire day because they had to send in like deep cleaners and glass repair. Because a fucking deer that was just in the forest near the school decided to try and break in. Our high school has like 10 cops in it at all times. Holy shit. I can't believe that. My high school was just set on fire by a dumb kid, and then they remembered there was asbestos. Oh my god, Pine. I remember that story. She had 2 hat options. Either a colorful headband with 2 tiny party hats arranged almost like ears, or a tiara with a star on it. Both were very festive.
It's okay.
No thanks. You knew the teen hadn't actually glared at him. Her default facial expression just seemed grim. I want one of the headbands. Yeah, we're gonna take the headbands. Take a blue one. The teenager handed you the hat with a surprising amount of gusto, given her expression never changed. She gave you a serious thumbs up for taking it. Then you let her go. Cove said no thank you. Both of you had made your decisions, and that was it. The unknown teenager nodded approvingly at you both and went to pass out hats to more people. You put the party hat on your head with a smile, and it fit well. It was surprisingly comfortable. It really completes your look. When did you get so fashionable? He smirked, and you just adjusted your new accessory. I'm a party animal now.
Oh?
Really? Of course. Cove nodded with a thoughtful look on his face. If the party spirit is contained in party hats, does that mean they're haunted? Cove, you're the best. I love your logic. You snorted at the suggestion. You considered the hat on your head. It didn't seem haunted, but maybe that was what you wanted to think. After that, the people in charge quickly set up the next game. Teenagers milled about until they were told to find partners. Okay. My high school suffered arson as well. Wow. My wife grew up in a smaller town. Her school was in the parking lot of the police station. What the shit? You had some kid break a bulletproof window? Did he use a brick instead? I understand this now. It does indeed look like Picasso's cow fucking a building. It's a great building, Samra. I love that building. I've only ever been to OCAD at night for Nuit Blanche. Nuit Blanche is a great time. Also, did Cove make me like party hats? You're welcome. They are haunted by the party spirit. He used a knife. Oh my god, Alice. Nuit Blanche was fun a couple times, but now it's just an excuse to get drunk on the street from 7 p.m. till 7 a.m. Which, like, alright, but it's not about art anymore. You tried to listen to the rules, straining your ears to listen to the adult announcing what you were supposed to do. It was a simple game. One person in a pair would throw candy, while the other had to catch it in their mouth. If they caught it, the pair would move on to the next round, where everyone would take a step back and the former catcher would become the thrower. I see. The game would continue, the players getting further and further until one set of partners were the only ones left standing, or everyone lost a round. How gay is this gonna get? I mean, there are already pitching and catching jokes waiting to be made, but we're not gonna do it. About half the guests had already found partners. They moved fast. You noticed Cove had his eyes on you. Could we be partners? Damn right we can, Cove. Neither of you were all that familiar with anyone else here. It'd be the safe choice to pair up. Hell yeah. Let's do it, partner. Also, absolutely, Azura, performing Nuit Blanche would be amazing. First time I did it, it was a great time, but I'm not a night person in general. I am a major night person, so Nuit Blanche is a really fun time. But there was a couple years where I really just didn't like any of the art exhibits. I love that there's a Cabbage Town in Toronto. Yes, there is a Cabbage Town in Toronto. There's a Cabbage Town, a Little Italy, Chinatown. There's two Chinatowns. There's Greek Town. There's Little Korea. Little India. All sorts. All sorts. And those are just ones I can think of off the top of my head. Toronto really, truly has a little bit of everything for everyone. Toronto is starting to scare me. Don't be scared, Alice. It is a fun place. Nothing to be scared of.
Cool.
He beamed at you, and you started wondering about your respective candy-catching capabilities. Kensington is my favorite Toronto place. Kensington Market is so good! But it's so big. Sure it is, Alice, but you don't need to go to all of it. It's a place where you can have Lord Dedrick with the Prime sub! Thank you so much, dude. I hope you're doing well. You fucking rock. Thank you so much. I hope you're good. Oh man, sorry, I got completely distracted there for a second by Jeffrey Bezos. Big love to you, big love to you. What I was gonna say, Alice, is that the cool thing about Toronto is, like, you can pick your area that is, like, your area, and you'll have everything you need in that little area. But then, if you want to go and check out other places, you can just go. The gay village, I'm moving right now. Alice, we have 2. We've got the big one that everybody knows that is just called The Village. And that's been there for decades and decades. But then we also have, Church and Carlton, Church and Wellesley area is the original gay village. This one's been there forever. But then we also have West Queer West, which is West Queen West Street, and that's super queer now. And then we also have the Gayborhood. Like, there's so many options. It's a very, very queer-friendly city. My city is tiny and still intimidating, but at least people can get me around it. Well, the thing is, Alice, like, as much as we bitch about the transit system in Toronto, because Torontonians will bitch about the transit system, you can get anywhere in the city on it. It just sometimes takes a little bit of time. But then, like, and Queen West used to be goth, so it was queer by proxy to start. Exactly, and it sucks that the alternative fashion is kind of vanishing. Toronto looks sprawling and large, but it looks so pretty. The thing about it is, like, each area is its own. Toronto is like, what if there were, like, 40 small cities all smashed into each other? Because it's actually 6 cities that amalgamated, and each one of those cities had its own small villages and sections within it. I miss living in Toronto. Honestly, Dedrick, I miss having you in Toronto. It's been a hot minute, and I hope you're good. I had originally been making some plans to trek out your way, and then I got COVID for 2 weeks, so I couldn't actually do it during the holidays. But I was hoping to come visit. So hopefully once things chill out again, I'm gonna touch base with you, because I'm gonna try and swing out your way at some point. Because I've got a car now, so I can do that. Just as a heads up. I lived at Yonge and Egg for a year and was the best. Yonge and Egg is really cool. TTC makes me grumpy, but I haven't needed a car in 13 years. Exactly. Oh no, glad you're okay. There's always a place for you to stay here. I appreciate that. Thank you. Just to catch you up, it was a really mild case. I've got my vaccinations, so, like, I barely felt it. I had, like, one day that I felt like ass, and then I had a cough for 5 days, and then for the rest of my quarantine time, I was basically perfectly fine. So we're all good. It just meant that I couldn't really go anywhere for the holidays. I was stuck at home over Christmas, which sucked. But other than that, we're good. But yeah, we'll touch base, because I haven't seen you in forever, and I'd love to hang out. And I've got Sonic the Debt Hog now, my amazing car, so I can make my way over there on a weekend at some point. I think it'd be really awesome. I was just comparing it to how Birmingham looks, and there's, like, one small decent area of Brum that looks cool, and the rest is ugly and dangerous looking. Oh, I'm sorry, Sombra. Public transit is my entire life is why I never got past a G1, and now I really feel like I need a proper license, but COVID makes that tough. Yeah, I'm thankful that I got my license. As much as I really, like, I didn't need it in Toronto up until now, but, like, for commuting to work, it's been nice to have, even though driving in Toronto is a pain in the ass sometimes. I am thankful for my car. It does make things easier, but, like, you don't need it. I lived on TTC for 12 years without a problem, and, like, yeah, it took some time sometimes, but the fact that you can get anywhere in the city for $3.25 isn't bad. Like, we talk about how expensive the transit system is, but, like, I was talking to Kai, and they were telling me about their transit system, and, like, stuff on average gets to, like, 3-4 pounds or quid. I always forget. I think those are interchangeable. Correct me if I'm wrong. But, like, the price of the transit that, like, Kai uses on average is so much more. And I was like, holy shit. I had the exact same issue with my license when I left Toronto. It sucks when you're not in the city. Yeah, exactly, Dedrick. Exactly. Quid is our slang for pound. Quid is like bucks. Okay. Somebody finally explained it to me. Now I understand. Oh my god, I love that. My wife drives, but it's frustrating to rely on her for that. Yeah, that's the situation I'm in, because, like, Pella doesn't drive, and I don't mind driving her places, but sometimes it doesn't work. So, like, if she was able to get her license, then, that would be awesome. Melbourne has, a free tram zone, so you can go from one side of the city to the other very easily. Like, it costs no money? Also, I totally butchered the name of the city, I'm sorry, and I know I said it wrong. No money at all? Fuck, I'm fucking coming. I'm coming to visit. Permanently. I'm gonna go find a job. I'm gonna go find a job in radio over there. Do you think, very tourist friendly? Fuck tourist friendly, I'm getting a visa, I'm gonna go live there. I'm coming. You think I can get a job in radio with my Canadian accent? Do you think they'd let me get a job on Triple J? Really need to give her the hoser accent. Oh, fuck yeah, bud, eh? Your partner works on a radio station here? Really? Am I right? It's Triple J, right? Triple J is one of the big stations, or one of the big sets of stations, if I'm recalling correctly. I'm racking my brain on international radio now. Triple J is one of them. Okay, cool. I knew I'd seen it. And I think they do some, like, really, I think they do the, like a version is the thing that you see on YouTube, which is a Triple J thing, which is awesome. I didn't know that your partner worked in radio. That's awesome. Well, I would love to talk to you more about that, Tom. Yeah, Like a Version fucking rocks. Like a Version is one of the coolest features in a radio station anywhere. I think... Oh, I saw the Wiggles Like a Version. Yeah, they're so good. They're so good. It is such a smart idea to challenge musicians like that and encourage them to cover stuff. There are so many good ones. One of my favorites, and I can't remember his goddamn name now, but there was a hip-hop artist who came on and did a cover of Bulls on Parade, and it is one of the best covers of Bulls on Parade I have ever heard. It is just absolute god tier. So, like, they get fire on there. The Wiggles are genuinely good musicians. It's true. They are really good musicians. And also, Fruit Salad is a fucking banger. All right. Let's throw have you listened to Banana Juice? It's sex. I need you. No, I don't think Joel Rowe does want to examine that statement again. There's just something incredibly powerful about everything to do with that sentence. Everything about that sentence. First of all, in context, a Wiggles song being so good it's sex is already fucking chef's kiss. But then the song is called Banana Juice? Oh my god. That is the the levels. The levels No, I mean, like, it's actually, like, weirdly sexual. No! No, it's not. No, it's not. Is it, like, lyrically? Is it, like, lyrically really sexual? Hang on. Hang on. I'm looking this up right now. Oh, my God. Banana juice. Lyrics. This is a Wiggles song? Fuck it. Hang on. No. Fuck it. We're saving. We're saving. We're gonna come back to this. We're not done. We're not done. We're not even close to done. But we can't have this conversation and, like, not listen to this. We have to listen to this now. We have to. We have to. Hang the fuck on. Hang on. Banana Juice by the Wiggles. Let's go. Ah! Holy shit. Am I wrong? No, you're not. That's the best part. Oh my god. just straight up, just kumquat. I'm telling my therapist about this. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Every fiber of my being now wants to do a mashup with that song. I don't know how. But god damn it, I'm using that song somehow. Because that's so fucking funny. Holy shit. It won't be an official song. Well, it will be a Sonderlust release, but it won't be like, I won't be able to put it on, where the fuck is Benny? No, I'll take care of it, because I'm now part of Bonebot Radio. So, like, Benny, myself, Riggy, and a whole bunch of other people, we're all making music for Bonebot Radio now. So I will totally do a mashup with fucking Wiggles for Bonebot Radio. That is fucking Bonebot Radio fodder, if I ever heard of it. Oh my god. Also, the other really cracked out thing I had, so I couldn't sleep last night. I had a really bad case of insomnia last night. I could not sleep. And around 4 o'clock in the morning, I was, like, in my bed, just staring at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep. And I just had a thought, like, dip through my brain like a lightning bolt, where I was like, there needs to be a mashup album, not even just a song, but a mashup album of songs by Run the Jewels and songs from Sonic the Hedgehog original soundtracks. And the collaboration album is called Run the Emeralds. Run the Jewels does go hard. You had insomnia too? Everybody I was talking to couldn't sleep last night, Azura. Everybody I talked to, like, so many people I talked to last night couldn't sleep. But yeah, so it's gonna take me a long time to make it work, but that is a cracked out idea that is in my head that I'm not going to be able to let go. You slept like a baby? I love you, Spit. You're an asshole, but I love you. Couldn't sleep? Yeah, all of us, yeah, Spit and Alice stole all the sleep, apparently. Everybody I talked to, like, so many people just couldn't sleep last night. Holy shit. But yeah, so it's not gonna come for a very, very, very long time. But, Run the Emeralds is definitely a thing that I'm working on. Because I can't let this stupid idea go now. I'm not a thief, but I am a liar. Oh no. Bit, did you not actually sleep well? I think I slept, I don't remember. Pint doesn't sleep at all, that's true. Okay. Hey, remember how I said we were gonna finish part 2 tonight, and we haven't even gotten through one chapter? Look at us go. Look at us go. Secretly, this game is just a just chatting stream. That's all it is. No, you slept like baby? Okay, Spit. Good. I'm glad to hear it. I slept well, but that's because I tried working out for the first time in a year. That'll fucking do it, Tom. That'll fucking do it. I feel like I've derailed it a lot tonight. I'm sorry. No, okay, so here's the actual reason. Here's the actual reason why it always happens with our life. When I'm playing a game that isn't a visual novel, I can talk and play the game at the same time. In order to play a visual novel, I have to read it. I can't do chat and read the visual novel at the same time. So it's not a case that we get derailed, it's that I physically can't do what I do with every other game that I play, which is both things simultaneously. I struggle to get to sleep and then I struggle to wake up. Yeah, that was me today, Azura. I slept in really hard today. Alright, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Two rows of players facing each other formed. Cove tilted his head towards them, and you started to head over. Hello. You both lined up directly in front of each other. It took a while to pass out the candy. You were handed a small bag of gummies that smelled strongly fruity. Azura, you struggle, hit by recoil. That is a mood. That is very much a mood. You notice Cove took it upon himself to do a taste test of a red one across from you. Strongly fruity. Oh, I didn't even catch that. I didn't even catch that, Alice. They're not bad. Could have waited. You tried one for yourself. What did it taste like? Raspberry or cherry. It's red, so yeah, it tastes like red. It tastes like red. Yeah, of course you'd like fruity gummies. Yar, what you eat? Strawberry? Maybe.
Maybe?
Pomegranate? It was a mystery. Maybe you'd get a red one later. And then it was time to begin. Cove's row was set to throw first. He smiled nervously, his eyes wide with seriousness. You grinned, and Cove's smile looked more genuine and less filled with tenseness. The game was on. The adult in charge shouted for the throwers to go. You and Cove were only a couple feet away from each other. With Cove's careful toss, you caught the candy easily. Like you, most of the other players moved on to the next round. There were few gaps in the rows as everyone took a step back. The round was harder with pairs further apart, but not overly so. It could be done if both partners tried. You did your best as you tossed it. Yeah. I'm competitive. We want to fucking win. You carefully plucked a gummy from the bag and felt the weight. You shifted it in your hand a couple times for practice, and then told Cove you were ready. You went for an underhand throw, careful to aim for Cove's mouth. The blue candy arced and landed perfectly in Cove's mouth. Uh-huh. Chat is just waiting for Cove to age up, I swear. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No. The last two chapters is gonna be a time. It's going to be a time. I will email. Fuck you, enter key. Uh-oh. You shoot it twice and then smiled widely. You could tell Cove was genuinely pleased to make it through another round. You were happy as well. The next round began, and you took another step back. I love that it is zooming out on him every single time you take a step back. That's nice. Cove was even further away now, but he made an okay sign. He was in this to win it. Around you, the once packed rows of players had thinned out some. You wondered how many rounds everybody had left in them. Cove swung his arm and made eye contact with you. You nodded, and the green candy flew towards you. You tried your best to catch it. Yeah, we're gonna fucking win. You followed the arc of the candy and opened your mouth wide. It had a slight spin on it, and you tilted your head slightly to the left to compensate. Cove, determined Cove is a look. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's very cute. Yes, Spit. I was just asked if I was the one doing the fish lock. Ah! Oh my god, in whose chat? Who asked? Who asked, Spit? Who asked? That's so funny. Pang. Oh, no. Spit. This is the curse. We're gonna have this as long as we are friends. This is the curse we share. This is our shared burden. Tell Salt and Spit Apart Challenge 2022 edition. I mean, once again, I don't even get to judge because I fucking did it, so. You bit down on the candy, grinning with your victorious catch. It tasted sweet and vaguely like a Slurpee. I'll be the last one standing. You will be, Spit. Please, Salt has a pilot's license. Everybody get with the program. Yeah, see, that's the difference. Alice, a Spit and Salt fusion would just be so much hair. Because it would be my hair with Spit's fucking beard. Like Spit's really nice beard. And then, like, aviators. Basically, we'd look like... Basically, like, we would be a member of ZZ Top. If Spit and I, like, did, like, a Dragon Ball Z-style fusion, we would just be a member of ZZ Top. That's just facts. ZZ Top because you look like a Canadian lumberjack. Maybe. Yeah, Cygnus. Cove was thrilled. He was entirely invested in the game at this point. You and Cove were still in the game. You knew this was the final round. Only a few other pairs were still left. Cove was determined to win. You could see it in the clench of his jaw, the careful way he watched you. You're charmed by his attitude. You equally wanted to win. According to my local pub, Spit and Salt make one damn fine margarita. What pub are you going to, Tom? Generally, you gotta pay extra to have somebody spit in your drink. Okay, I'll get myself for that one. Tender is like, what? Hey, Tender, what's good? We pubbing? You had a shot called Salty Balls once. Oh my god. I don't know how to... I can't respond to that in any way that will not get me in trouble with Twitch. So I'm just going to, just go in and say your name is Karen. That is true, Tom. Undissolved salt in it. Oh my god. Yeah, look at this wholesome birthday. Just a wholesome birthday party. You equally wanted to win. You didn't want to let him down. You thought it was funny. You felt nervous under the pressure. No, I equally wanted to win. We're also competitive. You made it this far. It was time to go all the way. You looked around at your remaining competitors and prepared yourself. I feel like that drink is not the solution to anything. No, it's the precipitate. Or whatever the fucking word is. It's fallen out of my head. Cove gave you a firm grin, and you prepared to throw. Your fingers grabbed an orange gummy from the bag. Got 3 days off just to rest and recharge. But done nothing all day and it's been amazing. Hell yes. Tender, enjoy that time. Salt, I made banana bread. Queue up an hour timer. Okay, hang on. We're doing it. Hang on. I got a timer for you. I'm gonna set one. I'm not gonna set one on the stream, but I'm gonna set one right here. Hour. 1 hour. Here, we're actually gonna do 59 minutes. Timer set. I mean, I didn't order it. Someone ordered it for me. I'm not much of a drinker, but I had a reputation for being able to handle drinks really well, so somebody decided to test that. That's rough. That's intense. Also, yeah, Tender, I'm so glad you're relaxing. Banana bread sounds amazing. Pint has acquired the froggy chair. Let's go. Well done. Let's throw a candy at Cove. It felt solid in your grasp, even if your hand was starting to get sticky from touching all the sugary sweets. Cove leaned his face towards you and bent his knees, ready to catch. The time came. You looked at the candy and then Cove. You tried your best. The candy flew like a missile straight towards him. He positioned himself effortlessly for it. Cove caught the candy just like that. A wide grin spread on his face as he victoriously chomped down. Yes! Along with the cheer, he jumped up in excitement and pumped one arm. Looking to your left and to your right, you see the few remaining pairs walking away, commiserating over their losses. With some shock, you realize that you and Cove were the only ones who made it that round.
Winner, Gagnon.
You had won. Thank you, Mara. Let's wait together as we play the comfy game. Hell yeah, Chessie, thank you for being here. I appreciate having you here. And Alice, thank you for posting cute frogs. Frogby. You watched the moment Cove clicked into the same realization. His face brightened like sunshine, and he jogged over to close the distance between you. You stepped closer to meet him halfway. You high-fived, you put an arm around Cove, you jumped into a hug. We're gonna hug him. His eyes went big when he realized you were going for a hug. He smiled and caught you, hugging you back tightly. You'd won this together. Aww. He giddily stomped his feet in place in front of you as though he couldn't contain his energy. Frogby is my greatest accomplishment. It is a fantastic emote, Alice, and you should be very proud of it. We did it! You adjusted the hat that had nearly fallen off throughout the event. Nice catch. Nice throw! The game runner strolled over and merrily gave you a bunch more candy on top of letting you keep the gummy bags. It was quite the collection. Cove laughed over just how much candy you had both acquired. Between this game and Pin the Tail and the Donkey, you were swimming in sugar now. With the candy toss over, you were going to need something else to do. You didn't have to wait long. You heard someone in the crowd shout that the bounce house was officially open for the older kids. Let's go! Mortal Kombat in the bounce castle. I'm not allowed in bouncy castles. I am aggressive in bouncy castles. You and Cove shared a look. Cove smiled, and you knew he wanted in. You both ran over to the bouncy castle and kicked your shoes off. Crawled into the inflated castle with Cove hot on your heels. There were a couple of teens inside already. Nobody is shocked. No, you're damn right nobody is shocked. Bouncy castle is just it's just a mosh pit, but safer. Well, I would pay to see you fuck shit up in a bouncy castle. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if renting a bouncy castle is so expensive, but if I could afford to rent a bouncy castle for a bouncy castle stream, you bet your ass I would. That shit would be fucking hilarious. That would be incredible, and yes, I would happily do that if I could actually afford it. You start to get a feel for bouncing. Cove hopped from the middle to the side and back. Just after you landed from a particularly high jump, somebody else snuck in. It was the birthday girl herself. Steal it. Fuck big bouncy castle. Bouncy castle stream for ultimate Toronto streamer crossover. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you ready? I'm going to intentionally make a shitty con. It'll just be Dash Con, but on purpose. But instead of a ball pit, you get time in the bouncy castle. Welcome to SaltCon. The only thing we have is a bouncy castle. Please, no, dear God. I'm sorry, Alice. I'm sorry, Alice. I didn't mean to bring up a trauma. I just came back from the bathroom to bouncy castle stream. Hell yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna figure it out. DashCon? Yeah, DashCon without the theft. 100% would visit SaltCon for the bouncy castle. Yeah, see, that's the difference is DashCon is going to make big promises. SaltCon, no. We promise nothing. The only thing we promise is that I'll be there and there'll be a bouncy castle. That's it. That's all you get with your SaltCon ticket. Me and a bouncy castle. And probably something recording the stream. That's it. I want to know what's going on, Mikey. Apparently I'm gonna host a con, and SaltCon is just gonna be me and a bouncy castle. I mean, those are some pretty big promises you're making there. Like, you will be there? Yeah. I'm pretty sure I can confirm myself as a special guest. I'll have to like actually talk about it and figure out like logistics and booking for the True Salt King. But I feel like I can book the True Salt King for SaltCon. I'm pretty confident I can get him to come to SaltCon. Well, okay, I guess. Mikey, I promise, don't think about it too hard. Bouncy Castle with salt on the floor. Let's go. Can we get a special guest as just a salt shaker on table 6? Yes, absolutely. With a microphone up to it. Perfect. Done. What about sensational music artist Sonderlust? You get him to appear too? Yeah, but I feel like a Sonderlust concert would be like a Skrillex concert. Just the guy standing there while the music plays on speakers and he does nothing. Guys, I've never seen Salt and Sonderlust in the same room. Do you think they're the same person? Listen, I know Sonderlust personally. He gave me this sweater. Like, he's a really cool guy. That's why I was able to get a good deal on the sweater. He doesn't need to do anything, just stand there, arms crossed with sunglasses. Yes. Just flashing lights, and he's just like... Well, the music goes? Absolutely. Absolutely. Headbang for 6 hours. I mean, once upon a time I could. Alright, let's see what the birthday girl has to say. We're gonna have a rave with glow sticks and a bouncy castle. Okay, if the budget allows for glow sticks, it might be bring your own glow sticks. But they are allowed, but it might be bring your own glow sticks. I might have blown the entire budget on the bouncy castle, so... bear with me on that. Hi, Miranda. Hi, birthday girl. We'll be excited. Bring your own glow sticks. Absolutely. Miranda looked happy. She waved both her hands at you with a megawatt grin. Hope you're having fun. She hopped around with her hands in front of her like a kangaroo. It was a surprisingly effective way to clear distance in the bounce house. Then she jumped high, kicking both her legs out to the side, and touched the tips of her toes with her fingers. Miranda like a ballerina or a ballet dancer? I just lost high card, low card when I bet a high card on 2. So this is definitely getting off the ground. Oh, wow, Pint, that is rough. Just make sure the castle is properly secured to the ground. That is also valid. Wow! Miranda hadn't run out of tricks yet. She jumped a couple more times, gaining height before doing a backflip and tucking into a ball. This is why she wanted a bouncy castle. She can do fucking tricks. She managed to land on her feet but didn't stick the landing. She tumbled back and fell on her butt. Cove clapped and Miranda inclined her head, almost like a bow. She was back to jumping in no time. You're so good at this. She bounced close enough to the two of you to talk without shouting across the way. Cove's bouncing slowed down to accommodate their conversation. Wait, Tom, are you being serious? Is that a serious thing? Hang on. What? I missed this entirely. Holy fuck. Wow, I missed this entirely. Holy shit. So what, it like wasn't strapped down and they like flipped it over? Jesus.
My family gets these every year, and we have a trampoline in the backyard.
Ah, so she does have a trampoline. Do not Google Jumping Castle Tasmania if you don't want to be traumatized for the rest of your life. Thank you for that heads up, Tom. So yeah, be warned about that story. Oh my god. That's fucking crazy. That's really cool. Miranda giggled a bit and her eyes sparkled. Hey, I can launch someone if you want. I can jump in front of you, then your bounce will go higher. What the fuck? That's wild. Okay, launch me. Sure. Miranda leapt over to you, her excitement clear on her face. Cove watched with interest. She explained more clearly how this was supposed to work. You got ready to bounce on her cue. 3, 2, 1. The moment she came down, you jumped high. The force of her, just as she had said, helped launch you up. The air rushed past your face, and then you were coming back down. As your feet hit the bounce house hard enough to help launch Miranda up a little as well. She giggled some more, and the two of you took turns bouncing each other up. Cove clapped or offered suggestions, but it was becoming clear that he wanted a turn too. Miranda invited him to join, and tried to synchronize your bounces to launch Cove up super high. The first time resulted in everyone crashing down in a pile of laughs. By the 5th attempt, Cove managed to catch some serious airtime. I will personally make sure it's secured before I let my kids ever bounce in one. Holy shit. Oh, that's true. Yeah, Joel Rose a dad. Oof. I am sorry that this story may have just given you a new fear. But yeah, as long as it's secured, it should be good to go. Woo! You all had fun bouncing around. You twirled, Miranda did stunts, Cove futilely tried to touch the highest tip in the castle's ceiling. You and Cove chatted to Miranda more than you ever had at school. She was truly the queen of this bouncy castle. I mean, how many bouncy castles are there out there? This is the first I'm hearing of something like this. Yeah, I assume that somebody very clearly did not pass the safety stuff. Yeah, I can't deal with stories like that being a parent. I ended up never letting my kids do anything out of fear. I think it's definitely a freak accident where somebody wasn't doing the right thing. And I feel like if you are a responsible parent, which the two of you are, that I'm sure it would be fine. It was also extremely windy. See, I also feel like neither one of you would still set up the bouncy castle in like 100-kilometer-an-hour winds. Whenever someone did something cool, everyone would cheer. If you fell, the others would help you up. Oh, this is really sweet, though. Eventually, more people wanted to take turns in the bounce house, so you and Cove left. As you slipped your shoes on, you saw Miranda get drawn into conversation with a group of adults. She'd be talking to them for a while. You and Cove decided to take a break and hydrate. You went to the party table and grabbed some ice water. I need to remind myself that freak accidents happen and the majority of events just go fine. Exactly. There were a lot of things that added up to it happening, but it is a lot to read about. Absolutely. Cove handed you a party noisemaker he picked up from the same table. He blew on his, and it made a funny sound when it unrolled. Cove downed his drink in a couple of gulps. He had gotten pretty into bouncing after all. You were still sipping on your water when Cove blew on his noisemaker again, then again, and again. It was almost a tune. You don't recognize any particular melody, but a noisemaker also isn't an instrument. The noise cut through the hum of the other party guests, loud and noticeable. I'm sorry, this is a fluke event. Well, there we go. I'm never letting my kids bounce in a stone castle. I should hope not. You blew your noisemaker back at Cove. We are going to communicate via noisemaker. Let's go. You blew hard enough to unfurl the paper completely straight. It jutted towards Cove, almost tapping his chin. Cove wasn't going to let that stand. He retaliated and blew his back at you. It nearly touched your nose. Oh, wait, you're honking. I get it. I get what you're doing, Mara. Oh my god, that's really funny. They need to be responsible kids. Only let them fire arrows. Yeah, exactly. Archery is fine. It went well for Kate Bishop. It's fine. It was a game now. Both of you tried to land a light hit on the other. Cove managed to get your chin, while you scored right in between his eyes. Can they fire arrows? Only if they've gotten Din's fire, and only if they have enough magic left in the magic pots. So once they
That's a lot of damage. No, that's a lot of damage.
So once your kids find Din's fire, then they can fire arrows. You understood that reference? Hell yeah, you did, Sombra. Hell yeah, you did. Remember Chapter 1 Cove? He's changed so much. I know! It's so good. I love Cove now. Like, I've always loved Cove, but he's, like, so playful and sweet now. It's great.
Oh, great. You people again.
Oh, it's this fuck! Look at this fucking fuck! Alright. Is it time for Cygnus to punch him in the stupid fuck? Is it Ralts? I think it might be asshole Ralts, yeah. Someone vaguely familiar shouted, and you snapped your head to the side. Cove's noisemaker dropped from his mouth. That's fair, although I'd feel more comfortable if they had Nairu's love first. That's valid. Yeah, a little bit of protection. Safety first, right? You know, no different than wearing your safety gear before you do a sporting event. Makes sense. The speaker stepped up, and there was no doubt. It was Jeremy, that mean boy you met at the start of summer. Oh, hey, it's the bowl cut kid. You groaned at the sight of him. You felt very uncomfortable. Didn't know what to do. You instantly got angry at his presence. Is this where Cygnus becomes a true Gonzalez? It might be. Cygnus already wanted to punch this motherfucker. It was an emotion that could only be labeled as Jeremy-induced rage, and you suddenly had an excess of it. Yeah, I've decided Cygnus hates this fucking kid. Why are you here? You will have to translate that for me, Mara. I do not know that one. Cove's tone was defensive. You watched Jeremy's face turn slack as if Cove's question was the idiocy above all idiocies. A face sorely in need of a fist? Yes! 5,000%, Mara, thank you. Jeremy-induced rage is a valid defense in court, right? Yeah. This guy has the second world's most punchable face. Jeremy has the world's second most punchable face. For the record, the most punchable face in the world is Mark Saltzman, and you might not know who that is if you're not Canadian. But Mark Saltzman of Tech Tips and all that bullshit at the Cineplex has the world's most punchable face. Didn't I already explain this? He hadn't, so both of you exchanged a look. Do you have memory loss, or are you really that stupid? Seriously. Yeah, I didn't know who that was until you clarified. I know that guy. Like, you know him in real life? Oh no, I'm sorry. I hope he's not a friend. No, I mean, oh, you recognize who it is. Okay. I'm gonna catch a Ralts in my Nuzlocke and let it die. Catch a Ralts, name it Jeremy, and use it as death fodder. Yeah, no, I understand, Joro. For a split second, I thought you meant, like, you actually knew him in real life. He's like, oh yeah, he's a family friend. And I was just gonna be like, I'm sorry.
I didn't walk here.
Pull it Jeremy and have it only go up against fighting types. I mean, it would win against fighting types. Have it go up against bug types. Gonna lead with it against Kabu? Perfect. Fuck him up. I didn't walk here. My parents brought me. Apparently, I couldn't just stay inside like I wanted. This kid needs to improve his posture. This kid needs to improve his fucking attitude. Pay no attention to me leaning forward to use this laptop. No, it's valid, Zombra. It's fine. No, he needs to fucking... Ugh. No, they insisted I get out and enjoy the day and have fun on vacation. Blah, blah, blah. You're a fucking miserable child. It's okay when we do it. No, posture check. Posture check is for everybody, including chat. Posture check is for everybody, including chat. Instead, enjoy the day and have fun on vacation, like some would say scrub the entire bathroom or listen to an off-key singer for 10 hours. Ooh, move a game up. Disco Elysium. Okay. I'm not going to do it right now, but I am going to get the game list open. Actually, I will do it right now. I just won't put it on camera. Disco Elysium has been moved up. And I feel like it's important to note that Disco Elysium is now in the #1 spot. Woo! Hell yeah, Benny. It's gonna be a while before I beat Outer Wilds or this game, though, so it is going to be a bit of time before we get to the next game in the list. But the competition has heated the fuck up. They found a park because I hate the beach. Too bad I also hate parks. Ugh, it's dirty here. They don't know anything. Oh, don't worry, just keeping it there. Hell yeah, Benny, hell yeah. Oh, and then I saw this stupid party and decided to bother some adults by asking what was going on. They think maybe we could be included. It's moronic. Get it now? That's how my parents are. Annoying and embarrassing. Why would anybody want strangers at their party? Why can't they ever just leave things alone? He huffed loudly, and his eyes shot daggers at some grown-ups that were presumably his parents. Acceptable, aka it's not that long. Yeah, Disco Elysium isn't a super long game, if I remember correctly. You tried to be friendly and welcome Jeremy to the park? No. How old is this kid? All the kids are around, like, 12 to 14 at this section. Including Cove, even though he does not look like he's fucking 13. He's 13. But also, no matter how old, he's a little shit. No, I'm not gonna be nice to him, and all you can do is complain about it. Sucks to be you. Shut up. Jeremy's eyes slipped away from you to take in the rest of the park. For a bit. It was a little awkward. It was possible he didn't know what to do, but then he spoke again.
So dumb.
How can people really go around in those embarrassing party hats? Hey, I'm wearing an awesome party hat, you fuck. I will punch you. Do you think it's fun or something? How can a human being be so dumb? Jeremy shook his head and glanced at Cove's lack of a hat. I guess that's one brain point for you. It's just kind of nice to do party stuff. Jeremy scoffed, unimpressed. The expression on his face was nasty as he spoke. I'm not surprised an empty-headed person like you would think that. Jeremy looked you over, completely dismissive. It's so rude you can't help but feel offended. Is my option there to punch him? Cove's face hardened. He seemed more offended than when anyone actually insulted him personally. Wait, are we gonna have an Uno reverse card moment? Because, like, I tried to punch him when he insulted Cove. Is Cove gonna try and punch him because he insulted me?
Hey!
Just because you don't know how to be happy doesn't mean no one else does. It's not our fault you hate everything. It's not okay for you to take it out on Cygnus. He isn't doing anything wrong. You are. Jeremy seemed unfazed by Cove's defense and sniffed. Cygnus can humiliate himself on his own. He doesn't need you to step in and do it for him. You poured your drink on Jeremy. You pushed Jeremy. You punched Jeremy in the face. You drowned out his words with your noisemaker. You teared up, you stood still shocked. So, a quick explanation. Cygnus is supposed to be my character Lefteris Gonzalez as a kid. Lefteris Gonzalez would do only one thing here. This really is the origin story. Oh my god, this is gonna be the first time he ever punches anybody. This is gonna be the first time he ever punches anybody. This is the moment. If we actually get the punch out, this is officially the moment where Lefteris becomes Lefteris. Let's go. Bam! You landed a solid punch to his nose. He shrieked and backed away, clutching his face. He glared furiously at you. Cove is not impressed, but you know what? It is what would happen. You really are crazy. You're a dick. Oh my god. You're ruining someone's birthday. That's actually what he would say. I'm punching you because you're ruining someone's birthday. People were starting to watch what was going down. Your argument wasn't exactly quiet at this point. Why don't you just leave us alone if we're so awful? Jeremy glared even more and huffed.
Dumbasses.
Talking to you is pointless, dumbasses. He stalked off like the last time you saw him, muttering under his breath. Cove sighed in relief after Jeremy was gone. He relaxed. The 13-year-olds swear, it's true. I mean, I almost called him a dick. He relaxed, but only for a moment. He noticed just how much attention you'd drawn from the other guests. Luckily, it hadn't gone on long enough to get a real crowd. He literally got punched and called you dumbasses. Oh my god. Man is feeling bold today. Yeah, he's lucky. He's lucky. He's lucky. If the game had let me punch him again after that, I would have. A concerned adult in a blue button-up shirt approached you and asked who that was and if everyone was alright.
It's okay.
I'm fine. Cove looked at you cautiously, asking just as much as the adult if you were okay. Everything's fine now. You don't have to worry about us. The concerned adult lingered only a few seconds, but nodded and left you alone. The Jeremy fiasco was officially over. Cove rubbed his eyes, clearly ready to put all that nonsense behind him. Then he started laughing. It was a surprise laugh, breaking out of his chest without any actual joy. It was nervous and disbelieving, and all the complex emotions brought out by one meeting with Jeremy. Before you started this game, Salt, you asked me if the option was there to punch people. I have held my tongue this long. That is true, Mara. That is true. So the answer is yes. Yes, there was. And thus, Cygnus began his first steps towards being the Lefteris Gonzalez we know today. I can't believe it. He spoke in fits and starts. I can't believe you actually punched him. Do you think it was too much? Cove nodded to himself and then continued speaking.
I mean,
I wouldn't want someone to do it to me, but it's not like I can blame you. He was treating us so bad for no reason. If Bayburn shows up, yell my name. Okay, Spitty, will do. I'm pretty sure he'll be okay. I bet it won't even change anything for him. Cove paused and shyly twisted his fingers together. Then in a quieter voice he spoke. And if you're bad for doing it, I'm bad too, because I kinda liked watching you do it, Cygnus. Justification! Liked or liked? I don't know. I don't even think Cove knows yet. I think Cove's got a few more years before he's gonna fully figure that shit out. Oh, no. No. I think it might have been liked. He became bashful, barely able to meet your eyes as he smiled shyly. But only because he deserved it. I wouldn't want that to happen to someone out of nowhere or anything. I sure hope this doesn't awaken anything in me. Yeah, that is very much where this has gone. Holy fuck. I'm gonna say we felt flattered. Perfect. You want to tell your moms about Jeremy, I mean? Are you gonna say what you did back at him? They'd probably be nice about it, and maybe they know how to handle someone like him. Cove bit his lip and thought. I'm not gonna tell them anything if you don't. Thanks for asking. No. one of my moms might be chill about this, but the other one of my moms will not be chill about this. So this is going to be Cove and I's little secret. Until the parents find out anyway. But let's not. I don't think it'd help.
All right.
Okay. Finally, you bent over to pick up the noisemaker that Cove dropped when Jeremy appeared. Girl boss mom would be upset. You're 100% right, Alice. Cove definitely just likes being defended. He's just a romantic. Definitely just a romantic. Uh-huh. It might be too dirty to use now, but you didn't want to leave it there. He accepted it softly when you offered the little favor back to him. Thanks, Cygnus. I like how we can be there for each other. It makes me feel better about that kind of stuff when it happens. Yeah. Cove suggested that you find a seat at one of the tables. It was almost cake time, and he wanted to be prepared. It was a good reminder that the party wasn't over yet. So, Cygnus, what's with that $20 bill that I've seen in your room whenever I come over? Mara, that $20 bill has a nickname. And that $20 bill's nickname is a Coos. And you know what that means. Thank you, Mara. Thank you. We don't fucking talk about a Coos. Cove suggested that you should find a seat at one of the tables. It was almost cake time, and he wanted to be prepared. It was a good reminder that the party wasn't over yet. Well, now you need to add the Akuz. Okay, I'll see what I can do. There's a free table there. Let's get ready for some cake. You and Cove tried to settle down after the last event. You took seats across from one another at one of the park tables. There were a few attempts to chat, but for the most part, you simply watched the adults run around to get the cakes to set up the cake cutting. Now I'm thoroughly confused, but oh well. So, in Mass Effect 1, when you're choosing your background, one of the backgrounds you can choose is that your character was the lone survivor of a violent attack by a giant creature called a Thresher Maw, and it happened at a place called Akuz. Your character was the only one in your troop to survive, so it's a very traumatizing experience for you. And everybody in the game always brings up the fact that you're the lone survivor of Akuz, so it's become a running gag that we don't talk about Akuz. And and the other thing of this is Cygnus is the precursor to an OC of mine named Lefteris Gonzalez, who is my creative character that I play in every game, almost every game. Almost every game where there's a creative character there, I make a Lefteris Gonzalez. And I had canon it that it's the same Lefteris in every game. So in the case of Mass Effect, because too much time had passed for it to be Lefteris, I said that it's Lefteris' granddaughter, and her name is Sinestra. So she is Sinestra Gonzalez Shepard. Sinestra sometimes thinks about her family stories and is weirded out by the fact that the family heirloom 20 shares a name with a place that she hates. Yeah, that'd be a little bit weird. So it's a long-running stream joke at this point, Mikey. And also, Lefteris Gonzalez is actually from before I started streaming. Weird, but funny as fuck. It is true. There were a few attempts to chat, but for the most part, you simply watched the adults run around to set up the cake cutting. This gives me big official Sonic Twitter account saying that everything is canon vibes. So I've actually been able to, for the most part, logically explain how one game goes to the next, because there's enough time, and each game that I've played as Lefteris has had him at different ages, and at least one of them had cryogenic freezing involved, which helped. Because one of the games was Fallout 4. But it's been pretty easy up till this point to make it happen. But it is getting increasingly difficult. Don't be shy, Salt. Give us the book. What, like the entire thing? Here, let me finish the chapter, and I will go over the entire chronology of Lefteris Gonzalez after we finish the chapter. Because I still think I can do it from memory. I might have to write it down at some point, but I still think I can do it from memory. Scanning for Bayburn. Bayburn has not yet arrived, Spit. Or at least is still lurking. Gonzalezpedia? Yeah, pretty much. Well, I mean, at this point as well, there's at least 3 generations. Because not only is there Lefteris Gonzalez, there's also his son and his granddaughter. And there is also a descendant of the Gonzalez family, but like hundreds of generations later, because it's literally a billion years in the future. A character for a tabletop game I played that took place on Earth a billion years in the future had a character who was a descendant from Lefteris Gonzalez. Oh yeah, I've already done this, haven't I? And it was also during, of course it was during our life that this happened. Yeah, there's also that video, which is a 3-minute explanation of it. There were a few attempts to chat, but for the most part you simply watched the adults run around to set up the cake cutting. There was a minor panic when who you assumed was Miranda's dad apparently forgot the lighter for the candles, and another man went through and started asking the other adults for matches or lighters. They weren't having any luck until the grim-faced teenager who had been passing out party hats pulled out a green lighter from the ice cream cooler. Why the lighter was in the cooler remained a mystery, but with Party Hat Girl's find, it was time to get things going again. She is the kid who passes out the drugs at the party. I wasn't wrong. I read her like a fucking book. She just didn't pass it to the 13-year-olds because she's a good kid, but the older teens definitely got high. I'm sorry, but the older teens 100% got high. Miranda sat at the head of the longest table. A large chocolate cake was set in front of her. She lit all 14 candles with the cooler lighter with a big smile. Not the only kind of grass in the park. Ayy. The adults started singing Happy Birthday, and the rest of the guests joined in. At the end of the song, Miranda blew out the candles with a dedicated huff. So inside just went streamer. This is by far the most inside my 2 tabs have hit the same kind of vibes. Yep. Uh-huh. I was waiting for you to get to that part, watching Bo stream while I'm also streaming. It's awesome. Close your eyes, and you saw her silently mouth something. Maybe it was her birthday wish. Miranda cut her own slice, then one of the grown-ups took over the cutting the cake. Another adult passed around plates of cake slices with a scoop of vanilla ice cream to the guests. Eventually, the cake got around to you and Cove. Cove was pleased with the treat in general. The cake looked rich and moist. It smelled quite chocolatey. You wanted both. You took a bite of the ice cream. The vanilla wasn't bad, but it was a little bland. The chocolate cake, however, was a rich flavor. Cove then took his fork and started mashing up some of his cake. When the cake resembled a pile of crumbly chunks, he started mixing it into the ice cream. The melted parts of the ice cream made a kind of chocolate cake soup. You raised your eyebrow. That's a little strange. You were puzzled at what he was doing. Cove paid no mind. Vanilla ice cream is not good by itself, and I'm going to eat it with the cake either way, so why not put them together now? Things like ice cream cakes exist. Putting stuff together is normal. Cove, your brain is incredible. Cove contently chowed down on his concoction. One advantage to his mix is that the ice cream seemed to catch most of the crumbs that would usually fall from eating a cake. True. Unlike some of the kids around him, Cove's shirt remained clean. You started eating your dessert in earnest. You enjoyed yourself plenty. Cove suddenly put his fork down on his plate and stared up to the sky with a faraway expression. You checked, but you didn't see anything attention-grabbing. This cream is better than those ones in cups, you know, with the little wooden spoons, but I still kind of want that instead. You remembered what kind he was talking about. Oh yeah, like the ones handed out at the barbecue before the fireworks happened.
Right.
Right. Cove smiled nostalgically at the thought. You could picture a younger Cove for a moment with the same look in his eyes. Offered him a bite of your dessert. Yeah, we're throwing it back. You want any of mine? Cove raised his eyebrows for half a second before the realization came. Laughter burst out of him. You wanted it because you two fed each other. Yup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that part too. Ah, there we go. We got him. We got him. You laughed along with him. Your shared laughter attracted the attention of some of the other party guests. It took a moment to compose yourselves and get back to your dessert. It's so gay. Miranda then started to open her gifts. She systematically attacked the mountain of presents like a pro. She checked for any cards and read them aloud before opening a gift. She smiled at every present, including the ones you and Cove got her. You were glad the presents were accepted. It took time. Shout out to Cygnus and Cove for inventing homosexuality. It feels kind of true, right? She was very sweet and polite throughout it all. The party went until the sun began to set. By that point, most of everything had settled down, and the people began to leave. Any of the guests whose parents had stayed for the party were already gone, except for Miranda's family. Only a few kids still waiting for their parents to come get them remained, you and Cove included. Miranda's family were cleaning up, and as a guest, neither you nor Cove were supposed to help with that. Instead, you both decided to take it easy in the bouncy castle. It was somewhere out of the way where you could casually wait for your ride. Miranda had also elected to hang out with you. You weren't even bouncing anymore. Cove laid on his side with his back to a wall, and Miranda sat across from him with her legs stretched out. You also made yourself comfortable. It was nice and warm in the little building. It also felt like you had some privacy, which was nice. But I'll speak openly here. Thanks for coming. She looked down, but continued shyly. It's been really cool to get to hang out with you a little bit. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't think I'd be invited. Thanks from me too, Miranda. Miranda just smiled a bit more.
So,
did you notice anything happening earlier with some people you don't know showing up? She had to think about his question a little. It was apparent she didn't have an encounter with Jeremy since there was no instant recognition. How is she so small? It's because we're so tall. It's not that she's small, it's that the two of us are already like 6 feet tall at fucking 13. We're two giants. I heard about something. Some other parents were talking to my parents when their kid came and forced them to leave the park. She tilted her head to the side, finding it weird but also not important. And then everyone had cake and ice cream. Cove smiled uncomfortably. That's good. He was clearly worried that the Jeremy confrontation could have gotten to her. Luckily, it didn't seem that anyone had overheard or passed along Jeremy's cruel words. Cove rolled over on his back and sighed contentedly. Miranda seemed confused, but wasn't going to push. You got up, started bouncing, closed your eye, laid back, closed your eyes to rest, changed the subject. What are you going to do with all those gifts? It had been a mountain of stuff. Miranda had laughed.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to find a way to get them all in my room.
They keep giving her these full voice lines. It's amazing. Cove gave a bent smile and made a suggestion. You can carry some in that backpack you got. She giggled and clapped her hands with delight. That's true. They really did go all out with her on this. That's amazing. You all continued chatting in a laid-back manner until it was time to go home. At the end of the day, you thought it had been quite the party. Holy shit. Almost 3 hours later, we actually got through the fucking chapter. Alright. I need to go get myself some more water. We are not done yet. We're going to do the other chapters. I do want to finish part 2 before I finish stream. So, and I feel like Soiree is going to have some kind of important story moments. So I think we'll try to actually give it some proper attention. I wonder how long a non-Twitch playthrough of this would take. I would already be done it. I would have finished it in like 2 weeks. Because I actually read really quickly. Like when I'm not reading out loud, I read really, really quickly. But I'll be back. Let's get this going again. Spit posting. We love Spitty. He's the best. Maybe, but I need to know. Well, we'll see. We will see. All right, let's do soiree. I feel like it's a little quiet. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit more. All right. I need to put wordscapes down before my brain actually falls out of my ears. I made the mistake of playing Wordle today, and now I get why everybody's obsessed with this fucking game. I can already see this game becoming a problem. I can already see this goddamn game becoming a problem. So, Mara, it's a very simple game. Wordle is a daily word puzzle. It's a 5-letter word. So it's game, if you just like search up Wordle, it'll come up. It's a word puzzle. So basically you have to guess a 5-letter word. You have 6 attempts to guess it. Every time you type in a 5-letter word, it tells you if you have any letters correct and in the right place, any letters correct and in the wrong place, and any letters that are not correct. And using that information, you have 6 guesses to try and figure out what the word is. Yeah, it's basically Mastermind. It's essentially Mastermind. But with words. Yeah, correct. Exactly. But with 26, yeah. But 26 colors. Well, okay, so Mastermind uses colors, Alice. There we go. Alice got it. Perfect. It's really fun. And there's only one puzzle every day, so everybody has the same puzzle every day. So if you solve it, you can kind of share to social media being like, I solved it, and the way that it displays it to social media, it also says it now shows you how quickly you guessed it and what your path was without showing any of the letters. So it's really cool. You can kind of humble brag if you're like Alice and get it on the 2nd guess. I was really happy because I got it in 4 guesses today. But yeah, I can definitely see why this game is addictive and dangerous. I would be so terrible at this, I need to not click that link. Really? I think you'd be alright at it, but you shouldn't do it now because you need to go to bed. Alright, let's do soiree. It's time. You'd whiled away the morning, doing whatever struck your fancy, and now you were recharging with lunch. With nothing on the horizon, you were free to spend as much or as little time on your plate as you wanted. Good night. It was while you were thinking on all the possibilities for your afternoon that your moms approached you.
Hi.
This is not a humble brag, by the way. I mean, it deserves to be. That was really well done, Alice. Hi, Cygnus. You okay? Mouth full, you nodded in reply. To your surprise, they both sat with you at the table. Based on the time, you had wondered if they were joining you for a meal, but neither of them brought anything. This is very much a full-on brag. Oh, I forgot about them. Yeah, Alice, I was wondering how long it was gonna take you. Guess who's back? Back again. The mom's back. Tell Alice. I don't know. God damn it. God damn it, Spit. Oh my god. You think I ever leave? No, I know you don't, Spit. Oh, Chessie, if you're here, the timer went off. It's officially been 59 minutes. The timer went off, Chessie. Because I do, like now. Good night. Okay, good night, Spit. Have a great night. Love you lots. Chessie, the banana bread timer just went off.
Alright.
Great. We wanted to have a little chat with you. Oh boy. Okay, Mom. The qualifier little did nothing to downplay the situation. You're chewing slowed as your eyes widens, looking from one parent to another. Anything that required both of them to talk to you must be something big. It was unsettling. Yeah, anytime both moms want to have a little chat, that is concerning. You didn't like being the only one not knowing what was going on. Stomach churning, you waited for them to fill you in.
There.
Oh, don't look so worried. It's nothing scary, promise. There's a soiree at the Cypress tomorrow night. Your ma and I are going. The Cypress was the country club that your moms were part of and where Elizabeth played golf. It seemed like every other month they had some event or another, all with fancy names like soiree. Girl boss mom terrifies me and I am unsettlingly gay for it. Yeah, none of what that sentence just had in it surprises me at all, Alice. Chewing your lip, you wondered what this had to do with you. Mom chuckled at your poorly concealed reaction. Leaning in, Ma took your hand and squeezed it. We've decided to make the night a bit special. Elizabeth's going to be allowed to stay home fully alone for the first time.
Sorry.
You'll be coming to the party with us. It's Elizabeth's night to party with no family around, not yours. Sorry, you gotta wait a couple more years. You're disappointed by the news? I feel like I'd take that fairly, honestly. She is my older sister. And also, I kind of don't want to be alone with her. She can sometimes be a bitch. What's the soiree going to be like? The usual. Well, mostly. We wanted to make it a special night for you, too, so we've got something a little extra planned. They're hooking up... They're setting us up with Cove. They're bringing Cove along. They're 100% bringing Cove along for this. That was unexpected. Interested, you listened. Your parents shared a look across the table. You cleared your throat, reminding them that you were waiting. They couldn't keep dropping such hints and then turn coy when the conversation was just about to get good.
Well?
Since it's a pretty fancy party that's still chaperoned, and attendees are allowed to bring a guest, we thought it might be nice be a nice opportunity to... Oh, wow! Wow! Okay, and attendees are allowed to bring a guest. We thought it might be nice, a nice opportunity for you to invite someone yourself as a date, if you want. These two are just like, if you want, if there's anybody at all that you might be like sweet on, and you might want to invite to a fancy date and be like a really cool guy, I don't know, maybe... just possibly somebody that you might possibly be into and think is cute and probably thinks you're cute because you guys are about as subtle as bricks through windows. Possibly, maybe. Maybe you want to invite them? Nice job, moms. Makes sense why this one goes best last, right? Absolutely, Mara. I'm really glad you chose this. I'm really glad you recommended this. Your eyes widened as the words sunk in. Your moms continued, and it was a struggle to keep up. Boy, welcome to being called the fuck out. Even though we'll be at the party too, you don't need to worry about us getting in your way. You'll be free to eat, dance, and enjoy the music as you see fit. I've got 3 letters in the right place, and now I can't think of words. Oh no, Sombra! You got this. Now you see. Now you understand. Yeah, it's a dangerous game. Luckily, the good thing about it is that you can only do one. and then you're locked out of it for 24 hours. So you can't spend all day fucking playing it, which is good, and I'm glad they have that time lock on it, honestly. But no leaving the property. Ma nodded at Mom's interjection.
Isn't that great?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the party. And if you'd rather just bring a friend, that's a-okay too. Look, oh, Ma, you're a sweetheart. You're giving us an out. Ma's giving us an out. Ma is giving us that is the biggest olive branch that a parent has ever given. They went guns blazing in on bring a date because we know you're thinking of one. And then bless Ma. Ma is giving us the olive branch, being like, if you're not ready to tell us the truth, here's your out. Ma took skill focused diplomacy last level. Fucking truth. So true. I also have 3 letters. Oh god, y'all got stuck on 3 letters. That's amazing. You must have lit up because your parents shared an amused look at Gren. Banana bread is saved, thank you. Okay, you did hear me when I said grab the banana bread. Okay, great. Hooray, Chessie. I hope the banana bread is really tasty.
Don't worry about it.
Soiree isn't until tomorrow, so you've got time. Just let us know your plans before we're heading out. The fucking shit-eating grin that Mom has. That's all. We'll leave you to your lunch now. These fucking 2. Oh my god. Our parents are bigger shit disturbers than the kids. The parents are bigger shit disturbers than the fucking kids. I got the word topical. Yeah, I guess so. I just realized that the word probably hasn't flipped over yet. I got the word, but I cheated. How did you cheat, Pint? Your moms rose from their chairs in unison, disappearing to another part of the house. You barely noticed their departure. All you could think of was what happened. Yeah, they just dropped a bomb on you, kid. Honestly, partner goals, the 2 of them are the best. Google has lots of word finders. Oh, I see. The 2 of them are super sweet. I love that little laugh. What, when I like cackle? I am glad that you like my cackle because I can't get rid of it even if I tried. Nobody tell me what it is. I want to feel this brain pain. Well, we're not going to tell you, Sombra. You can figure it out. You got this. We believe in you. The remnants of your lunch stared up at you from your plate. Well, you should finish eating. You had lost your appetite. Yeah, should finish. The conversation had taken your mind off the meal, but you opted to try to eat a little more. You picked up the plate for a little while longer. Like, that's my ideal marriage. I want this, even if I don't live in a gorgeous condo on the beach. Absolutely. I didn't get it, but I was so close. Oh, Chessie, I'm sorry. Even though you relocated to your bedroom, your head was stuck on the conversation that had unfolded and the dining tables downstairs. You knew that. You wanted it to be a date. You knew you wanted it to be a date. Yeah, you did. Next word is in an hour. Hell yeah. Absolutely, I know I want it to be a date. We've been called the fuck out. We've been fighting for this for a while now. I will probably never play this again. I'm very bad at word scrabbles. That is valid, Pint. Prospect of having your first date made it impossible to sit still. You couldn't help but jiggle your foot as you laid on your bed, contemplating the possibility. That night being a date would mean actually asking someone out. The little you knew of that came from what you'd seen on TV and movies and what you'd heard about from kids at school. Is it cheating if I check the word I have in my head actually exists? I will tell you this, that if the word doesn't exist, it doesn't take your guess. Because I tried a word that I thought was a word that existed, but I must have spelled it wrong, and it told me that the word didn't exist. Your moms hadn't even entertained the idea of you dating until now. I can't play Scrabble games because I can't fucking spell. Hell yeah, Pint. That's okay. You went over possible words and phrases in your head, setting up scenarios and smooth segues before tearing them down and trying something else. You realized you'd been mentally scripting Cove as the one you were asking. It had been his name repeating inside your mind, his face lighting up as you invited him to join you. No shit! You buried your face in your pillow, not wanting to continue after noticing. You laughed awkwardly at yourself. Smiling, you closed your eyes at the daydream crystallizing in your head. Laugh awkwardly. We're 13, let's be real. You couldn't help but find it funny how the idea of possible romance made your thoughts go to him so effortless. You grew up as friends, and technically that's what you still were. There was no way to hide what you really thought about him from yourself. You wouldn't be able to stop thinking of him even if you wanted to, and you didn't. Salt Community Words with Friends stream when? Actually, there is a Stream Words game that I've been considering adding where you get, it's basically like Boggle, where you get a bunch of letters and you have to, words on stream. Yeah, words on stream. I was thinking about setting up words on stream at some point every once in a while. I think that'd be hilarious. Let's play Wordle at midnight. I mean, I won't be able to, but yes. You wouldn't even be able to stop thinking of him if you wanted to, and you didn't. Sighing, you shifted position on the bed, resting your arms on the windowsill. A flock of birds caught your eye and led your gaze as they crossed the sky. You watched the birds grow smaller and less distant until they disappeared from sight. Like the snap of a hypnotist's fingers, you were released from the trance and left with a goal of your own. You were going to take a walk. You ambled through the familiar streets of your neighborhood, picking your path at whim. My god, our parents literally just casually suggest dating and say they're okay with it, and you crumble. You just crumble as a kid. You're like, ugh. I don't think Cygnus is a man on a mission right now. I think Cygnus is trying to pull himself together because he's just come to a lot of realizations simultaneously. It was... He just doesn't know yet. I mean, that's true. It was as quiet as ever, with tourists choosing to congregate in the shopping area near the beach rather than venture into the sleepy residential zones. You continued down the road and soon found yourself at the shore. The fresh... His feet unconsciously take him to the beach, of course. The fresh, salty air hit you first, rolling to meet you over the grassy dunes that tickled your legs, followed by the familiar view of the sea stretching out across the horizon. Came to a halt. A lone figure was standing in the ocean, the water reaching up to his knees. Though he had his back to you, you recognized the familiar silhouette as Cove's. It made sense that you'd find him here. He was always in his element by the sea. You had no idea if he'd heard your arrival or if it was a coincidence, but he looked over his shoulder. Your eyes, huh? Just the beach, huh? Yeah, he went to the cove. He went to the cove, literally. Figuratively and literally a second time. You smiled, you waved, you called out, you nervously headed closer. I think this is one of the few times that Cygnus is actually nervous. Your feet kept trying to trip you up in your eagerness to reach Cove, but you managed to keep from falling over and making a fool of yourself. Cove smiled at you. Bathed in the soft light of the afternoon sun, with his hair gently tousled by the sea breeze, he looked especially charming. Nicely done, Sombra. Hell yeah, way to go. He then fully turned around and began to wade through the water over to the shore. Your reward, Sombra, is what hopefully is going to be a really fucking cute scene. And now we enter the romantic part of this novel. Yep, we're getting there. You wanted him to get to you already. You could hardly wait to talk about this. You hoped he took his time to come over. You were nervous. You relaxed after running into him. You were all right with all this. Nervous, but as you started to come over, he gets calm. Yeah, that sounds about right. Cove has done nothing but make you calm your entire life. It just felt nice to have come across Cove right at this moment. The question of whether to invite him, and if so, in what fashion, was in front of you, between leaping into a world unknown or enjoying the safety of the familiar.
Cygnus.
He is 13, game! Jesus Christ! Hey, Cygnus, are you free right now? Not exactly. My moms are taking me to a soiree tomorrow, at the country club. It was kind of a strange segue, but you wanted to get right to the point. Soiree, huh? Sounds exciting? He was smiling politely, but you could tell that your outing mention hadn't sparked much interest. That didn't come as much of a surprise to you. Formal affairs and big gatherings were some of his least favorite things. But you were sure he'd attend if you were the one who invited him. You only had to do it. Cove tilted his head curiously at you. Yeah, I've known 13-year-olds that look like that, but it is not normal! You resolved to make it a date. You asked him to join his friend only. You decided not to ask him at all. You didn't feel like having a guest. Didn't want to force him. Nope! We're doing it. My brain keeps seeing top surgery scars and not pecs. I mean, that is valid as well, Alice. You resolved to make it a date. Cove continued to watch you expectantly. It was kind of thrilling to keep him in suspense. Cygnus? Cove, I want you to be my date for the party. Stuttering, do you want to go on a date with me? Parents said it'd be alright if I brought a date. And would you go to the party with me as a practice date? Honestly, we're here now. Nerves. And at the last moment, fuck it. Head first, can't lose. Cove, I want you to be my date for the party. You spoke your thoughts clearly. This is the only way he's going to get through it. If he doesn't literally barrel through it, he never will. So he's got to. Alice, your queer 15 ways from Sunday is great. Yes, absolutely. I'm honored. Oh, we are converting Alice. Alice has now put in the U in honored. The conversion is truly happening. Caught off guard, he lifted his hands in front of his chest out of surprise, and then he packed them down in a cross over his chest. I mean, everyone I speak to uses the U? You're surrounded by good people then. It was bound to happen eventually. Hell yeah. He twisted his face to the side, no longer able to meet your eyes. He still couldn't hide the flush on his cheeks.
Oh my god.
Are you serious? Oh, he is very flustered. We can't spell honor without you. Absolutely. I'm as serious as something serious. It's very serious, is what I'm saying. His lips were pressed tightly together, preventing any more words from slipping out. You could tell he was nervous, but that was always easy to pick up on with him. After another moment, he inclined his head, dipping it in a nod so slight you might have missed it had you been able to tear your eyes from him. Really? Cove closed his eyes, trapped in his awkward pose. He was gripping his arms so tightly the skin around his knuckles was fully taut. Are you okay? Cove exhaled at last, letting loose a sigh that stretched into another tense silence. His stance loosened. His arms stayed crossed over his chest, but he was no longer clutching them like a shield. Next, color with the U. Yeah, let's go. You didn't want to be the one to break the quiet. Thanks, Cygnus. I guess I'm gonna have to tell my dad and mom, too. Right. I've got to let my moms know you're going. Can you come with me? Yeah? It was a relief that he had thought enough to manage speech again. You hoped that by the time you got to your house, he'd be able to manage full sentences once more. Oh, he is so flustered. Cove went to where he'd discarded his things in the sand, tugging a shirt over his head and slipping on a pair of shoes, before joining you in setting off home. two of you stepped inside the front door of your house. It was an action you'd taken together countless times, but your stomach had never churned quite like this on previous occasions. At the sound of the door opening, your mom poked her head into the hall.
Hello.
Look, she already knows! She already knows! Mom says one word and she was like, "Boys, we got him." She fucking knows. Ah, Cove, it's you! What a surprise! What a surprise! My ass! Her fading into view with that shit-eating grin, the Cheshire Cat grin that Mom has. Dear God, this is a complete. Moms always know. Subtle like a brick through a fucking window. Who was nominating Mom for a Razzie? That's a look of, haha, I won the bet if I've ever seen it. Oh my God, it's true. She chuckled at her own joke. Cove was always there, and she knew how close the two of you were. Bringing anyone other than him back would have been an actual surprise. Hi, Mrs. Downey. It's good to see you. As if either of them were betting against it. Yeah, it's true. So I take it Cove's gonna be our guest for tomorrow night? Yep.
Well...
And what kind of outing will it be? That's cold, Mom. That's cold. Her voice was hesitant, but serious. Oh, no. Actually, hang on. No. I thought so, too. I thought Mom was teasing us here, but I think Mom... this is a genuine moment, because this is the come-out moment. Let's be real here. This is the come-out moment. Mom's asking the question. Because this admission is the coming out moment. The official one. Notice her face immediately dropped. She's taking it very seriously now. She was teasing, but she's serious. Her voice was hesitant, but serious. This is the, is my 13-year-old going to be dating now? I think so, but it's also, is my 13-year-old queer as well? Obviously, she's not going to have a problem with it. But, like, you know, as a parent, you want to know because, let's be real, it's not always easy being a queer kid. So you got to know what you're getting into with your child, right? Cove ducked his head down reflexively. You knew that he'd figured out what she was driving at. It's a date. You know what it is. What does it look like? You couldn't bring yourself to speak. No, we got to be real with our moms. We've been real with our moms. The only thing we've never told our moms is that we punched somebody. We've been real about everything else. It's a date. Mom nodded in understanding. You wore a wispy smile. Oh, okay, now she's being really sweet. Let's go. She's done teasing. You wore a wispy smile. Ma is going to be thrilled about this. Oh yeah, we haven't told our moms about a coos. This is really sweet. Cove tilted his head back up just slightly. He peeked through the longer strands of his hair. Just her, Mrs. Downey? If you had not been able to see his wide, worried eyes, you'd have heard the anxiety in his voice. Your mom sighed and patted him on the arm. Oh, Cove. You're a great kid. Most parents hope that their kid meets such a special person someday. Mom, let's go! Mom, let's go! Yes! Ma's going to lose it, and Ma's sprite is going to be vibrating intensely. Yeah, literally, Ma is going to come in like this. She glanced aside, a wry expression on her face. Someday is the real key word there. He turned back to you both. But you just had to move in right across the street at 8 years old. Mom crouched down, shaking her head, and put a hand on each of Cove's shoulders.
Okay.
Cove, I hope you're planning on being very good to Cygnus. And I'm not just talking about tomorrow night. Oh, man! Mama bear, mama bear, mama bear, mama bear, mama bear. Let's go. Had to get a mama bear moment. Yeah, she just went full mama bear. She nudged him playfully on the cheek with a fist. Cove, who had been blushing when all this began, was now as red as an heirloom tomato. I'm back and you know what I want. Mario, I love you, but I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, okay. I was, or will? Cove, you may be taller than me, but I will destroy you if you hurt my child. Just kidding. Maybe. Yeah, no. You're making him uncomfortable. Stop embarrassing me. You don't have to worry. You don't have to worry. Cove's definitely going to be good to me. Yeah, you don't have to worry. Cove's definitely going to be good to me. There was a teasing tone to your voice. Between you and your mom, Cove was defenseless. Oh, I didn't mean to bully him on that. That is somehow more ominous. Listen, Sombro, the one thing you will learn... So first of all, shout out Mario Prospero, by the way. Mario Prospero is an amazing human being. But I was actually talking about this in Mario's stream earlier, is that Mario is, like, the most chill vibes, wholesome, sweetheart person while streaming. And in chats is the most agent of chaos human to ever exist. And I love it. And I love Mario for it. He didn't speak further. Eyes locked down on his shuffling feet as he rubbed the scar on his arm. The redness remained intact. Okay, we've put Cove through the ringer enough. The big day isn't even here yet. Agent of Chaos? Me? Yeah, you. You laughed and nodded along. There was still plenty of time to have fun. I'll give your folks a call and get everything squared away. He headed off to get to the phone, leaving you two alone. Cove's eyes darted to you, and he shot you a quick, delicate smile before staring at the ground again. It's good. There are lesbians, and it's very sad. That sounds like a good novel. I'm gonna go across the street to talk to my parents. Okay. See you tomorrow. Bye, Cove. You retreated from your home's entryway without another word. Yeah, he's out. He's done. He needs a moment. And the rest of the afternoon passed by just like that. Back in your room, your mind was alight with visions of tomorrow night. The soiree was something, but not nearly as exciting as going on your first date. You were thrilled that Cove had actually said yes, that he was your genuine date to a party. You hugged your knees to your chest, overawed by the thought. The night couldn't come soon enough. The evening of the soiree had arrived, the daylight hours having slipped away in a blur. Up in your bedroom, you were getting ready for the big event. That was your intention, at least, but you hadn't settled on an outfit. Stationed in front of your wardrobe, you scanned over the clothing you had at your disposal. Though Ma had mentioned this event was a bit dressier than a normal get-together, you didn't necessarily have to comply. Oh, but we're fucking gonna. You look for something formal. Listen, 13-year-old kid going on his first date, he's gonna overdress, if anything else. Like, at least me, when I went on my first real date, I overdressed so hardcore. I didn't mean to, but I did not want to look like a fucking schmuck, and my idea of, like, where we were going for dinner was a lot fancier than it actually was. Because, you know, everything's different when you're a teen, right? He's gonna be in a shirt and tie for sure. I hope so. It'll be really funny. It'll be really good. You attempted to decide between the nicer pieces in your wardrobe, the ones that rarely had a chance to come out. You decided to dress formally because you felt like you had to, you honestly like dressing up, you were dressing to impress, you want to put the things you own to use, you wanted to make Ma happy. Yeah, I took them to Applebee's and they wore jeans. Perfect. We love it. Let's be real. We're dressing to impress. Fashion was a competitive sport, just like the golf tournaments at the club hosted. You might not walk out of this with a trophy in the hand, but you had every intention of winning. I personally despise dressing up. That's fair, Mikey. That's really fair. I really enjoy dressing up because most of the time I dress like a trash panda. So I enjoy dressing really, really nice because I do it very rarely. And when I do, people are like, and I love that reaction. I love proving to people that I can be stylish. I just fucking choose not to. Or I'm too broke to most of the time. I like dressing up. I just like assembling and maintaining a wardrobe, however. That's fair, Mara. I've never tried it, TBH. We'll see. It can be really fun. The trick to it is like dressing up in a way that makes sense for you, right? Whether I like it or not depends on why I'm dressing up. That's also valid. That is also very valid, Pine. To start, you decided to wear a dress, a blouse, a button-down shirt. I appreciate that all of these are options no matter what gender you are. But button-down shirt for Cygnus for sure. I should clarify that my version of dressing up is covering myself in glitter. That's fucking awesome, Sombra. I'd love a suit in a lesbian way. Alice, you should absolutely fucking lesbian suit power move. That's a fantastic look. You should do that. Crisp shirts were a classic formal look for a reason. They were essentially foolproof. Paired your top with... Oh, you can even still pair it with a skirt. I love this. There's a fine line between lesbian suit and girl boss suit. I mean, you can also split the difference and go with international super spy suit. But we are still going with dress pants. Lefteris is a cis male who mostly dresses like a cis male. I don't think you would have a problem with it, but that's not him. I support this. Hell yeah, you should do it. You picked a pair that complemented the color of your top and nodded with satisfaction. It was a slick look. Okay, but hear me out. Apple bottom jeans and the boots with the fur. Absolutely. Great iconic look. It's an iconic look, Bayburn. But only if you want the whole club looking at her. Yeah, get those Mario grooves. Let's go. Lefteris does not go out of his way to dress femme, but has no problem with it. Exactly. Like, Lefteris would 100% wear kilts without thinking twice about it, which is why he would have no problem wearing skirts. Same logic. And when Lefteris was in the Wasteland, later on in his life, because of Fallout, he definitely wore skirts and shit at some point because it was the best clothing he could find. Oh my goodness, that reminds me, some of the items you can craft in 14 have hilarious flavor description text. Hell yeah, I have been told that before. Lurk, back to doing dishes, watching while I do them. Bayburn, thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it. One of the items I made played off that song. Oh, that's awesome, Mikey. You began to get dressed, your fingers working stiff zips and awkward fastenings. It felt different against your skin, reminding you with every movement that you were dressed up. That is a really good way to describe it. When you're wearing dress clothes, the clothes themselves remind you you're dressed up just by the way they sit on your body. Whatever happened tonight, you were pleased that you had gotten the opportunity to wear this. Now dressed, you gave yourself a final glance over before heading down the stairs, ready to head out. You found your moms already waiting in the living room. They were putting the finishing touches on their outfits. Oh boy, if they're showing them in fancy outfits, Alice is about to die even harder. Ma strapping her heel into a stiletto shoe, and Mom trying to fasten a bracelet single-handed. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. How many secure passwords is Alice gonna generate for us right now? Let's find out. We got one. They looked up as you entered. They both look fantastic. Mom's outfit looks fucking stellar. I'm not gonna lie. I actually expected Ma's outfit. I actually expected Ma's outfit to be spicier. I expected Ma's outfit to be spicier and Mom's outfit to be more subdued. But Ma's got the elegant look, and Mom is rocking that fucking lace. I actually expected the opposite for these outfits, and that's fantastic.
Oh,
Aw, Cygnus, you look so nice. Don't you think, Pam?
thanks.
Thanks for dressing up, Cygnus. I hope the party will be prepared for your arrival. You look sharp. Yeah, that's good. Anyway, I've died. Well, we'll bring you back to life, Alice. It's okay. Mom was still struggling with the bracelet. He lent a hand, literally, by taking one side and holding it up as she secured the clasp. Thanks, kiddo. Mom then glanced over the clock on the wall. Seeing where the hands were pointing, a frown creased her face. When's Cove going to be here? Do you know? Getting here at 7. Soon, probably. I'm not sure. I'm picking him up from his place. I'll go get him. Country clubs generally don't allow truly spicy dress. Listen, country clubs don't allow a lot of things that people still do. Yeah, Mario? What's up? Remember what we were saying earlier? About me being an agent of chaos? Uh-huh. What are you doing? Also, Cygnus is going to be a gentleman and pick up his date from his place.
Oh?
Let's just say, when they least expected... Uh-oh. Mario, what are you doing? Mario, what in the hell are you doing? Okay. Well, I'll just prepare for whatever. Oh, yeah? She raised her eyebrows, a broad grin replacing the earlier frown. Don't mind me. Oh, I'm minding you, Mario. Mario's smile is so ominous. Mario has mastered the ominous default smile. It's so good. When Mario uses default smile, it's actually chilling. That's very polite of you. Go sweep him off his feet. We want to leave in 10 minutes. Mom was like, yeah, go get your date. Make it fucking quick, you lovebirds. Okay. Cove's house was mere seconds away from yours, making the warning unnecessary, but you dutifully went out. It says smile, but it reads suffer. Yeah, it's like kanji in Japanese, where it has one thing, but it can have multiple meanings. Same idea. After crossing the street, you found yourself at Cove's very familiar front door. You rang the bell, whose chime was lodged in your head from all the times you'd rung it from over the years. Over here at twitch.tv/Mario_Prospero, we know a thing or two about suffering. I appreciate that was all typed out. Though, unlike usual, Cove's mom, Kyra, was the one who answered it this night. Oh boy, I forgot about her.
Come on.
Hey, Cygnus, come on in. It's actually twitch.tuvalu. Oh my god. She beckoned you inside, as if she was so excited to see you that words alone weren't enough. Thanks for coming. The boys will be right down. They're just in Cove's room. I can call them if you want. Alright, I can wait. I'm not gonna rush Cove. Alright, I can wait.
Great.
Sure. You took a seat on the sofa and patted a chair. Feel free to put your feet up. While you waited, Kyra easily filled the time by chatting with you about your plans for the night ahead. What an elegant young man. A short while later, Mr. Holden strolled into the room, giving you a wave. Cove pulled his face into a smile. As you reciprocated, the tension in his face faded away. You watched him taking in your outfit, swallowing, and grinning at you again. Hi, Cygnus. Hi, Cove. Yeah, of course he went with the all-black look. I'm not even surprised by that. when yeah. Are you okay, Alice? Has anyone made a Holden D's joke? Oh, Bayburn plenty of times. And that was Mara's response. That's fine. That was a Cygnus impression? Yeah, it's true. It's true. That is true. I mean, Cove looks fucking great. He opened his mouth to speak more, then paused. Cove checked the time using a clock hanging on the sidewall and addressed his parents. You know what this calls for, Salt? Yes! Yes! Yup. I've been waiting. I knew this was coming. I knew this was coming. Alright, let's... Mario has redeemed it. So you know what that means. It is time for some prolonged eye contact. Summer's like, I fucking knew it. Let's go. It's time.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy a healthy dose of prolonged eye contact. 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 Lick your lips to make it more comforting.
There we go. Perfect. I hope you enjoyed that. I'm staring you down and looking at the screen where I'm typing this. Hell yes. Hell yes. Let's go. Thank you for the staring contest, everybody. Mario, I hope that was 5,000 points well spent. I'm so glad that you enjoy my prolonged eye contact. Mario, I hope you know... I posted a thing in general. It's the item I was talking about. Hell yeah. I will, I'll take a look at it.
Raid.
Hey! Ikakuro! Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Big shout outs. You got here just in time. You missed 40 odd minutes of 40 odd seconds of prolonged eye contact. So good to see you. How are you? What were you chatting about? Were you just hanging out and vibing? Yeah, you missed the 45 seconds of intense prolonged eye contact. 40 minutes, if only. Mario, listen, you want 40 minutes of prolonged eye contact, you just gotta take me out to dinner. For the record, I'm just fucking with Mario. On my way. Yeah, get out here. Just in time to miss something. Ick, it's something you want to miss. I don't know if you want me just staring ominously at the camera for 45 seconds, but maybe you do. Mario seems to want to. Oh yeah, of course, a joke. Shh. No, it's fine. Salty, why? This is how we do. It's how we do. You Ick's like, wait, I got 5k points. Ick's like, wait, I got 5k points. I can do this. Alright. Well. Good thing we saved. Okay, cool. I love how it always comes in waves. The prolonged eye contact either doesn't happen or it happens more than once. Those are the only options. My FOMO possessed me. Ick, I hope you enjoy it. Let me just get it set up, and here you are. Here is your, as requested, prolonged eye contact.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy a healthy dose of prolonged eye contact. 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 Lick your lips to make it more comforting.
You are. There you are. I am close to being able to redeem 40 minutes of prolonged eye contact with channel points. Oh my god, Amara. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Thank you for the prolonged eye contact. Ick, I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're doing well. I feel a bit closer to you now. We've come, you know, they say if you have like what is it, 30 seconds of prolonged eye contact, you build a stronger connection with somebody. I couldn't stare you down that time. One dose is enough. I mean, I'm cheating. When it comes into round 2, I'm cheating because by the end of it, there's 5 of me staring you down. Yeah, apparently, if you can maintain really solid eye contact while you're having a conversation with somebody, it really builds a stronger bond between you and that person. That was pretty accurate for me. Ick, I love you lots. Thank you so much for being here. Bold of you to assume there isn't 5 of me staring back. Very good point. Very good point. The worst part is, if I really wanted to, I could at any time just do this. Warning, I'm going to zoom in really intensely for everyone who doesn't like it. But I don't have to push the button to do that. If I really wanted to, I could just do this. But that would be mean. And I think it is way more funny to build up to it. I think it is way funnier to build up to it like that. Mario Eldritch being arc. We are a solid way through that arc. Yeah, right. Gotta be aware of that too. It's true. The horror genre is getting scarier and scarier. Yeah, I think there's something really fun about really building it up, which is part of the reason why I charge 5,000 points for it. If it was just me staring into the camera, I would make it cheaper. But for 45 seconds with music and ridiculous camera shenanigans, I think it's hilarious and well worth the points. Yeah, Mario just keeps the Eldritch being part off the stream. Alright, let's get back to this date we're going on. He opened his mouth to speak more, and then paused. Cove checked the time using a clock hanging on the sidewall and addressed his parents. You're gonna lurk, enjoy your date? Ick, thank you so much for the raid, I appreciate it, and the lurk. All the love to you. Once again, if you're not following Ikokoro, you really should. He's absolutely amazing. I feel like that button will come out when we get insane with the alien jump scares. Yeah, it might. It might. It might. By the way, I officially found a copy of PT Unreal, so I do have it now. So when we get to the PT Unreal stream, oh god. God, I am not looking forward to that stream. And on that note, I'm mentally done. Time to lurk. Hugs for everyone that wants one. Big love to you, Mikey. Thank you for the lurk. And Mario, you're going to hit the sack as well. You're tired. Have a great night. Thank you so much for redeeming the prolonged eye contact, and take care. Good night, everybody. Let's get this date done. We've got to go. He abruptly headed towards the door.
Come on.
Where's the fire? Isn't there something you want to do before leaving for the dance? Every 5k points, it is my pleasure. Oh my god, I love that you're going straight up to 5k and redeeming back down every time. He's so nervous. It's true. And Dad's like, no, isn't there something you want to do before leaving the dance? Here we go. Cove froze, wincing at the call-out, while his dad continued to smile encouragingly. Curious, you watched Cove expectantly. It was hard to imagine what he would want to do before heading out, or what you'd have time for. Your mom's warning about not taking too long echoed in the back of your mind.
Come on.
We can do that later. Right, sorry, forget I said anything. Clifford Holden, god damn it. What have you done? I missed my chance to make it, but I still want to say, like mothers, like son. Hey, yeah, we look good. Have a blast, you two. Bye. You ducked out, following Cove into the street. Holden, oh my god, Mario. Ooh! No, take the timeout off. Take the timeout off, Mara. Thank you. You can delete messages. Keep it on, you cowards! What are you, broccoli now? I thought clicking it again would take it off. Oh, I see, Mara. I see. But Mario, have you picked up on broccoli's timeout kink? I'm just heading out anyway. Mario, I love you. Have a good night. Cove sighed, wrapping a hand around his forehead. Seeing the look on your face, he shook his head. Those were words. Alice, don't worry about it. No, I just like it when people commit. Fair enough.
It's okay.
It's fine. It's nothing. That was good news. You didn't think Cove would get much fun out of a party if he was already feeling bad, but it didn't explain his actions or his dad's teasing question. That's why I timed you, because you're leaving anyway. Yeah, that's fair, Mara. I'm a big fan of committing to the bit. It makes up 100% of my personality. Mario, you're the best. And I agree. Committing to the bit is important. Mikey just comes back in. Boop, and then leaves. Perfect. Thank you, Mikey. I appreciate that. What was your dad on about? His expression grew pained. His brow creased and his mouth furrowed as he avoided meeting you in the eyes. You might have gotten worried if not for the flush coloring his face. He's just embarrassed. Cove drew himself up before responding. Dad's been making a big deal out of everything ever since he found out about this. He gestured vaguely between him and you. How I'm dressed, how I should prepare, what was going to happen. He even looked up the precise definition of a soiree in 2 dictionaries, in case one was wrong. Oh my god, Dad just really wants this to work. Everybody ships it. Everybody fucking ships it. That's a lot. He wanted to make sure I would know about what to do at one, so after he figured it out, he made sure to tell me about it. He exhaled, smiling sheepishly.
Don't worry about it.
Sorry for complaining. It's not your fault. It's not really his fault either. It's okay. Thanks. I was trying to get somewhere with that. Both my mom and dad insisted that, since this is He paused, pushing the hair back from his burning face, and forced himself to continue. It's a date, and... Raid. Legacy! Hello! Welcome in! Thank you for the raid! Hope you're doing well! You're playing Sonic Generations! Let's go! Yo, he kinda hot. Yeah, that's our date. I will say right now, even though they ain't dressed even though they don't look like they're fucking 13, apparently they're canonically 13 at this age. They're about to get older, though, so, like, the proper thirst can happen soon. But, like, yeah, they did not draw their 13-year-olds like 13-year-olds. They also didn't... Oh, crap! Legacy, it is all good. You are far from the only person to have fallen into that trap. Legacy, I'm gonna ask that you don't say stuff like that. I'll give you one warning. This is technically an 18+ stream, and I can get in trouble for having people say that. So please, no conversation about ages in chat. Thank you. Mara, can you kindly delete that, and we're gonna close eyes and give the one warning and call it a day. It's all good, Plegacy. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But I just give you the heads up. Perfect. As a reminder, talking about age in chat is strictly forbidden for one simple reason. I don't have a choice. I'm a small streamer right now, so we get away with it. But especially as you start to get bigger, or you try to push to get bigger, by deeming my streams 18+, which I do, I'm required to kick people out if they're underage. Same with if anybody ever comes in here and said they were under the age of 13. By Twitch terms of service, I have to ban anyone under the age of 13 if they say they're under the age of 13. So, all I tell people, because I was a kid on the internet once too, be a responsible person, and we're all good. Legacy, you were playing Sonic Generations. How the hell was it? I fucking love that game. That is one of my favorite 3D Sonic games of all time. How was it? Anyways, so Sonic Generations is pretty fun. Hell yeah. It's one of my favorites. It's one of my absolute favorites. It's your first 3D Sonic? Amazing. That is one hell of a place to start, Plegacy. I'm sure people have given you other recommendations, but for a first 3D Sonic Generations is an excellent first start. I would honestly say probably Sonic Colors would be your next best choice. I love Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2, otherwise known as Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, but they are a little dated, so you will find the controls a lot more frustrating than in Sonic Generations. Colors is great. Sonic Mania is also amazing. Sonic Mania is one of my top 3 Sonic games of all time. So, like, you got some. You're playing the good ones. You got your hands on the good ones. You got Sonic Generations just because it was on sale on Steam as a deal. Yeah. They did the winter sale again. And so worth it. I would buy it. I would buy it for Steam, but I already have it for both my DS and my Xbox 360, so I don't need to buy it a third time. Hopefully Frontiers is a Sonic Renaissance. I hope so too, Alice. I want to believe that Sonic Frontiers is good. And I'll say this now on stream, I'm going to commit to it. Since I'm now a streamer, and I'm a big Sonic fan, I am going to buy Sonic Frontiers day one, and I am going to play it on stream day one. We're all gonna find out together. That's my plan. Sonic Frontiers is going to be Sonic Adventure 3. Nobody knows yet. There's been a rumor about that. There's been a rumor that Frontiers is going to be Sonic Adventure 3. There's been rumors that Frontiers is going to be an open world Sonic game, like fully open world. There's been a lot of rumors circling around. We haven't seen enough to tell yet. It's all speculation. We've seen zero gameplay. So I've set my bar very low because, unfortunately, Sonic Team, it's a coin toss on whether the game is going to be good or whether it's going to be a disappointment. And it's 70-30 these days. You're just waiting for Splatoon 3? That's awesome. I'm glad you're stoked for Splatoon 3. Super Mario Odyssey, but Sonic may have... That would be interesting. If it was like that, I'd be okay with that. Sonic Team is Sonic Team. Exactly. Sometimes they get it right. Sometimes they get indie developers to get it right for them. And most of the time they get it wrong, but that's okay. But we will be playing Sonic Frontiers on stream day one. And we will find out if I wasted $80 Canadian or not. Have I ever heard of Gravity Rush? Oh yeah, like the racing game, Sonic Riders Gravity Rush? Or just Gravity Rush? Am I getting it mixed up? What am I? I'm making sure I'm not getting it mixed up. Oh, Gravity Rush. Oh, they're just their own games. They're their own games. I have not heard of Gravity Rush. I'm looking it up right now. I'll look back at chat in just a second. Just Gravity Rush. Yeah, I'm looking at it. No, I'm not familiar with that. But it looks really cool. Mania somehow made me not hate Oil Ocean, and I commend it for that. Oil Oil Ocean sucks until you get used to it. Like, once you learn the level, it's really not that bad anymore. But when you're still playing the game, when you're still new to the game, Oil Ocean is an absolute nightmare. And Oil Ocean in Sonic Mania is so fucking good. So good. You've been playing it on your PS4 in your own time. Gravity Rush 2 is so far the best game you've ever played. Shit. I've got a PS4. I should look into that. Holy fuck. I will actually look into that, Legacy. A little clip of a Sonic fan game that had Jet Set art style. Yo, that sounds awesome, Bayburn. I would love that. The Sonic Mania music just, wow, holy fuck. I know. The Sonic Mania remixes of the classic tunes. Chef's kiss. I've played it lots of times and I still don't like Oil Ocean. Well, that's fair, Sombra. I've gotten so used to it at this point that it doesn't bother me so much. The only level in Sonic 2 I don't like is Sky Chase. I will never like Sky Chase Zone. But every other level in Sonic 2 is flawless. Gravity Rush is awesome. Hell yeah, I'm excited to check that out. Did you see Bomb Rush Cyberpunk released another video? I don't know if I've seen the latest one, but I can't fucking wait for Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. That game is going to be amazing, and I'm going to lose my mind. Sonic Mania Chemical Plant is, I'm sorry, Sonic 2, but you're outclassed. Well, yeah, because Sonic Mania is Sonic Mania is standing on the hills, on the shoulders of giants, right? The thing that makes Sonic Mania so good is that it's standing on the shoulders of giants. Like, Sonic Mania took an already S+ tier game and built on it somehow. All I can hear now is Hilltop. Ooh, Hilltop is a bop, though. Concept is you're a superhero with gravity shifting power. Fuck yeah. Can you post link? Yes, you can, but I'm not going to watch it right now. You can post link, but I'm not going to watch it right now because I need to finish this. You've got the diamond, so you should actually be okay to post a link. Because you're VIP, the bot shouldn't nail you. Hell yeah. I'll take a look at this in a little bit. Thank you. I'll take a look at that in a little bit. You're gonna go get some ice cream? Hell yeah, Plegacy. Go get that ice cream. That sounds great. You should join the Discord. Yes, you should, Bayburn. Get in the Discord. We'd love to have you there. Alright, let's finish this. Again, thank you for the raid, Plegacy. I'm at server cap. Oh no! I'm terrified that I'm gonna get to server cap real soon. I'm getting close. I know I'm getting close. You're gonna save a server. Oh, Bayburn, thank you. Alright. Let's see what Cove brought for us for inviting me. Let's see. The conclusion of the story caught you by surprise. You blinked, unsure if you slacked too much on your own preparations for tonight. You got me a present?
That's,
Not really, just this. Cove reached behind himself to take something out of a back pocket. His hand returned to view with him holding a single small orchid by the stem. It's our favorite flower, he remembered. Cove threw his gaze to the floor, shyly inching his hand closer to you. It's my favorite. He remembered. Can't wait for the day shitpost in the Discord. I'll regret the day you give me entry. I do not believe I will, Alice. I really, truly do not. He twitched ever so slightly. Was that on purpose? You remembered my favorite flower and got one for me? His voice cracked under the strain of being confronted on what he had done. Yeah, that's what I did. So fucking cute. Orchids aren't easy to find either. I picked a fucking hipster-ass flower. You are so wonderful. He sputtered a weak laugh out of sheer anxiousness rather than humor. I'm not. You're the one who... Ah, see, Cove is doing the thing. Cove is doing the thing that Alice was saying. He, when you, then he, and when he, then you, and... Yeah, the gay panic is here. No, I think you are. Okay. Orchids are everywhere here. You can pick one up at the supermarket. Maybe they are everywhere. Maybe I just don't know shit about flowers. I always thought that orchids were hard to find. Even if they were, Cove has got his fucking dad, who seems to have a money printing press somewhere in his house, to just go find him one anyway. He didn't have it in him to continue this conversation, even if that meant not being able to refute your assessment. Then, you accepted the flower from him. Though a lot of them have had their petals dyed, which is just, no. Oh, no. Cove straightened himself out in response. So, we're gonna be late if we keep standing here. Right, we better hurry. The surf shop is actually a money laundering front. I think he already has money. I think he already came from some money, whether it's from a previous business venture or he, like, comes from it. And the surf shop is his business that he uses to grow his money, but honestly, he doesn't really need it. Like, I have a funny feeling he could have no job. I feel like he could have no job and live comfortably for the rest of his life, but he does it as something to keep himself entertained. Right, we better hurry. You returned home, Cove in tow. Your moms welcomed you back. You expected them to pile you back outside immediately, but their urge was momentarily stifled as they caught sight of the flower clasped in your hand. Thankfully, other than sharing an infuriatingly knowing smile, they took it in stride and didn't say anything. I someday wish to be like that. Imagine having a job for fun, right? Mom's smug look vanished as she caught the sight of the clock. Purpose remembered, your mums whisked you out once more, into the car, and off to your destination. Capitalism moment. Just basic income, honestly. Like, if we had a basic income and they would be enough for everything that I ever needed to live, and then I could just work a job that I liked to make a little bit of extra money for the bonus things. Perfect. And they're back. You pulled up at the country club. The sun had sunk deep into the horizon, and the last of its light sleepily warming the oncoming night. Your moms led the way to the space around the back where the evening was being held. No, I'm not good. Thanks for asking. Oh my god. The place had been transformed through decoration, with smart tablecloths and elegant ribbons contributing to a festive atmosphere. Musicians dressed in matching black and white were setting up their instruments and flicking through pages of sheet music. And, as promised, there was a table covered in plates of carefully prepared food. I heard countries that have basic income aren't even doing bad either. No, so Bayburn, there was actually an experiment for basic income in the mid-90s in the province of Manitoba. And when they did basic income in that town, there was no additional financial burden, and all it does is make everybody's quality of life better. Through every rigorous study, basic income has been shown time and time again to do nothing but improve quality of life and actually cost less for the government, because it actually UBI is a universally good thing based on all available evidence. Yeah, exactly. Welcome back, Azura, by the way. And it actually is cheaper. Just straight up giving everybody money is cheaper than everything else that we pay for. The amount of money that poverty costs the government is staggering. Like the amount, like from obvious things like situations with those who are homeless to like less obvious things like decreased work productivity and so on and so forth, have shown that it is roughly about 33% of the cost, at least in the States. Studies that were done in the States showed that providing a universal basic income to every single person in the United States would cost about 40% what poverty currently costs the United States in other expenses. The amount it saves in just healthcare makes up for it. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. And it's proof that those in power don't care about the working class. It is true. It is all true. I was literally just typing healthcare too. That makes me angry to hear because it just makes sense. Absolutely. But it's never been about solving poverty. It's about maintaining power. Anakin, thank you for coming in on a raid. How you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Alright, let's get back to this happy date. You're a wonderful spark of life and energy. Thank you for sharing your energy today and making us feel accepted just by existing. Thank you for being a star in our lives. Anakin, you are so sweet, and I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being in here. Thank you for lurking. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you for those lovely words. You are an incredible person. Take care. Yes, shout out for Anakin too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's do it. Destination reached. Your parents rounded on you and Cove. Things haven't kicked off yet, but don't let that stop you from enjoying yourselves.
Have fun.
Have fun. We'll be around if you need us.
See you later.
Bye. Cove waved your moms off. Once they retreated a distance away, you found him watching you expectantly. What now? It wasn't a question, but a plea for help. You could tell that he definitely didn't know what to do with himself in this situation. We'll have to wait for some things to start, like the band, but there's stuff going on already. Cove pricked up at that.
Really?
Oh, do you want to do any of those? Whatever they are? You introduce Cove to people in your country club? No, he'll hate that. You took a seat to relax. You checked the snacks. Let's go get some snacks. Pandemic has proved that Sentence always takes a back seat to short-term profit. Yep, fuck the CDC. Yep. All of that. And Sombra with snacks. That's right. When all else fails, just get some snacks.
Oh?
That's okay. It's not too soon. No one will mind, really. Okay, but androgynous person in black button-up? Yeah, Cove is a very well-dressed kid. Cove is a very well-dressed kid, that is for sure. Gender as fuck. Okay. The two of you wandered over to the refreshment table. With it being early in the night, it had barely been touched and the plates were nearly pristine as when they left the kitchens. The offerings were all tiny and bite-sized, ready to be picked up and sampled. It was immediately apparent that there was plenty to choose from. Just from the level of care with which it had been presented, it was clear that this was fancy stuff. Cove stared at the plate, then another, confused.
Maybe?
I think I know some of this. Gonna go find some snackies myself. I think there's still some pico guacamole and chips. Yo! I'm jealous. I want pico guacamole and chips. Now I'm hungry and that's homophobic. Yeah, right? Plenty. The best kind of snacks. Exactly. My favorite kind of snacks are lots of them. This is good stuff. Is it? Yeah. You picked one of the nearby morsels up and presented it in front of Cove to observe. It looks like a slice of the world's smallest loaf of bread with stuff on top. It has to be small, so you've got room to try lots of different things. Cove's eyes were wide as you guided him through what was on offer. It made you feel sophisticated. Christmas Pringles? Hell yeah, Azura, get 'em. Cove squared his shoulders as if gearing up for a match. His stance was familiar from all the times you'd seen him preparing for some sporting event. I'm gonna try it. Picked up a plate and took one appetizer, then another, and another. Soon you realized he was taking one of every single type. Don't know why my house partner's family got me Pringles, but I'm not complaining. Sometimes you just get Christmas snacks. You're taking everything? Uh-huh, why not? You joined him in sampling everything. You might be stuffed afterwards, but that was a problem for future self. Right now, you are going to enjoy the feast to the full. Cove nibbled away through everything the Cypress had. The results of his endeavor were mixed. He was revolted by some of the things he tried, openly screwing up his face and rushing to find a drink to wash the taste away. Yet, these bad experiences didn't stop him from plowing on, moving on to the next snack with an open mind. There were some foods he was neutral about, dismissing them with a shrug, but best of all were his reactions when he stumbled across something good. Every time caught him by surprise, his expression morphing from wary curiosity to skeptical interest, before making way for astonished enjoyment. Regardless of how he felt about what he was currently eating, you could tell he was having a good time just being free to eat whatever he laid his eyes on. You thought that was nice too. After going through a round of sampling, you moved on to something else. Yeah, let's not completely get ourselves dead here. Fancy Big Chocolate is awesome. And you got a slab of meat? That's fucking awesome. I want a slab of meat for Christmas. You introduced Cove to people in your country club? Okay, we've had some food. Let's socialize a little bit. I know most of these people because I've been brought here a lot over the years. You can meet them. Sure. Doesn't matter if you make a good impression or not. They'll be curious about you no matter what. You beckon for them to follow you and meet the other guests. Most of the attendees skewed slightly older or considerably younger than the two of you, with only a few people around your age. Naturally, Cove greeted them with his easy warmth. Not that there weren't any difficulties. Sorry, could you repeat your name? It's Cove. Cove? They rolled the word over their tongues, clearly surprised. My name is Cygnus. That's not a normal name. You're going to make your own pizza, Alfredo sauce, cheese, and capicolos. Just, ooh, that sounds really good. That sounds really good. How unusual, but lovely, of course. As you expected, there was interest in who you'd brought to the party and what your relationship with him was. Cygnus, good to see you. This your date? Well, yes. The resulting coups from the group made it difficult to keep a straight face. Still, some people focused on the important things. How you were dressed. Don't you look snappy in that outfit? You've scrubbed up well. With the basic niceties taken care of, you kept on chatting while waiting. You moved on to something else to pass the time. Cygnus couldn't keep a straight face. The face was 100% gay. Absolutely. And then we're gonna relax. We should pick out a table. Okay. Found a place to sit at the edge of the party area where it was quieter with fewer people bustling around. You pulled out a chair and sat down. Cove, already seated, was stretching. These clothes are kind of uncomfortable. He flexed an arm at the elbow, frowning, before twisting it back behind him. Yeah? My arms can't move the same as normal. It's like I'm gonna rip it if I do anything. I think it suits you. Really? Okay, thanks. He toyed with the cuff of his shirt, wedging a finger between the fabric and his skin. Now that you had a spot of your own, you stayed chatting with Cove at the table. In no time at all, the sun set in full, the lights faded in, and the opening notes of the band's first song rang out. Pringles are great. I just wish I could fit my hand in the Pringles can. Bo Burnham is right. You and Cove stopped what you were doing, turned to contemplate the party that had been steadily unfurling while you were distracted. It was much busier now, both in terms of people and activity. Bayburn, keep your judgment away! Classic. Oh, Classic is great, too. Also, they were a gift, Bayburn. I don't know if there's any flavors of Pringle that I've had that I don't like. Is there a bad flavor of Pringles? I don't think so. But pizza. Yeah, pizza's good. Sour cream and onion is a classic, but it's my favorite. Yeah, it's good. I pretty much only eat plain salt chips and salt and vinegar chips. Yeah, that's fair, Azura. Not a fan of barbecue chips in general. I can actually agree with that. Barbecue is probably my least favorite. Honestly, like, most of my favorite flavors of chips are Canadian, like all dressed. I love all dressed chips. Although I do love sour cream and onion as well. Salt and vinegar is great on Cape Cod chips. Ooh. I had Applewood smoked cheddar Pringles earlier. Hell yes. You want to try all dressed someday? I love them. They're delicious. My favorite chip, actually, is a kettle chip, and it is sweet chili sour cream. It's by Miss Vicky's, and that shit is fucking incredible. Salt and vinegar is basically god tier on fries. I don't mind salt and vinegar on fries, but honestly, it's not my personal favorite. I honestly, most of the time, just want just salt on fries. Maybe if I'm doing something fancy, I'll do like a fancy fry. But if I'm just having French fries, I usually just want salt or maybe mayo because I'm secretly European like that. Miss Vicky's sea salt and malt vinegar is pog. They are great. They are great. I like Miss Vicky's sea salt and malt vinegar chips on fish and chips. My favorite fish shop in Toronto does a beer batter that they also make extra crispy by using Miss Vicky's sea salt and malt vinegar chips, and it's good. I found I don't typically like the vinegar-based foods flavors. That's understandable, Mikey. Paprika is good on fries. Cajun seasoning on fries, all good. I mean, I like making chili fries. Oh, Azura, you don't know about that place? Shit, okay, Azura, we'll go sometime. It's in Kensington Market. It's a place called Freshco's. I'll happily go there with you, Azura. I don't go there nearly enough. It's really fucking good. Azura, yeah, absolutely. We can do a date night. We can do a date night to Freshco's when things are open again and we can actually dine in again. We'll absolutely go. I will forget, so write it down and remind me. But we can absolutely go and get fish and chips. That'd be a lot of fun. I would love to do that with you. Salt and vinegar is a flavor for masochists? Yeah. Hang on. Battered chips covered in salt and curry sauce. I do love myself a curry chip, Sombra. Back when I used to work at the poutine shop, there was a bunch of Irish lads who were clearly living abroad for a while. And they would come in drunk every weekend and friendly but drunkenly ask for curry cheese chips instead of poutine because they couldn't get curry cheese chips anywhere. And we had a curry chicken poutine. So all they wanted was fries, cheese, and curry sauce. And they tipped me like fucking crazy. And they were just loud, ruckus fucking Irishmen. And they really turned me on to curry cheese chips. I love that shit. That shit is delicious. I also really like nacho chips. Basically, like chips with ground beef and like queso and sour cream on them, and like maybe some salsa if you're into it, and guac if you're into it. So that's not how I thought you'd end that sentence. Which sentence? There is a little bit of a delay. Oh. Honestly, they were too basic. They were nice. They were nice lads. The Irish lads were nice. They were pretty, but they were too basic for me. They were too basic for me. They were very, very nice. They tipped well. They were cool to party with, but they weren't my type. They were definitely the type that I would find. They're definitely the type that I would find at a TFC match screaming ole 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 ole, and like that's not my type. For those who don't know, TFC is Toronto Football Club, so that's our soccer team. And they're good for North America, but they're bad for the rest of the world. TFC. I thought you said THC. Yeah. Yeah, no. Makes a lot more sense. Yeah, for sure. Speaking of, I can't wait for Hot Sauce Stream. Yes, Azura, we will have to figure that out. We will have to figure out Hot Sauce Stream. We'll sit down and plan that out. But it'll be a lot of fun. They're a good soccer team. They're utter shite at football, though. Fair enough. They're good for a North American team, but that means nothing in the eyes of the rest of the world. Alright, let's keep this going. The first steps were taken onto the dance floor, some tentative, others eager, and even if the band hadn't been playing, the constant level of chatter would have... Oh, I've got the hiccups, hang on. Let's try that again. The first steps were taken onto the dance floor, some tentative, others eager, and even if the band hadn't been playing, the constant level of chatter would have ensured that it wasn't a quiet night. With the party now in full swing, your options had increased. You wanted to see what your moms were up to, you watched the band perform, you asked Cove to dance. We're going to watch the band perform. Hopefully, we can ask Cove to dance after. But we're all music nerds here, so. You and Cove had found a spot to the side of the simple stage that had been set up for the soiree. There you were tucked out of the way of the dance floor while still enjoying an excellent view of the band. You'd gotten there in time to watch them from the start of the song, their expressions solemn as they teased notes from the strings of their instruments. Finished one set and you're almost done a second today? Hell yeah, Zero, well done. Cove was entranced, nodding his head along with the music. Catching you watching him, he smiled sheepishly.
Not bad.
It's cool. You enjoyed the performance too. Yeah, this is great. You hope to play that well sometime. Your playing was on the same level as them. You hope to play that well someday. We are not a child prodigy. We will be much better at our instruments later. These were professionals, their skill honed over years. It was natural that you wouldn't be performing at that standard at your age without significant dedication, time commitment, and talent, but you still dreamed of reaching that level. It makes me feel like I should practice more. Why? He was looking at you full on, his attention back at you. You'd made the comment idly, not expecting a response, and you felt a little bashful about explaining. They're so good. It'd be nice to be able to play like that. Cove nodded, understanding. I think you can do it. And if it matters, I like your playing the way it is already. Aww! The band began to play their next song. Cove was enraptured once more, his head tilted curiously as he watched the musicians wield their instruments. During a particularly beautiful solo, he even closed his eyes, focusing on nothing but the music. But after a couple of songs, it was decided that you had watched the band enough. It's time to ask Cove to dance. So, would you like to dance, maybe? Hey, Cove, let's dance. Can I have the pleasure of your company on the dance floor? That's way too suave. Come on, it's time to dance. I'd like to dance with you, if that's okay. Let's do so. Would you like to dance, maybe? Really? He blurted out the word without thinking, and then clamped a hand over his mouth before anything else could slip out. Really? Cove sucked in a deep breath. How are they this soft? Because they're still kids, that's why. As if trying to inhale confidence as well as oxygen into his lungs, he gave a single, serious nod before holding a trembling hand out towards you. You felt confident, you felt nervous right along with him. Nope, they're gonna be nervous and gay together, it's cute. Taking a steadying breath, you reminded yourself that nothing here could hurt you. Physically, at any rate. The train of thought that was leading you down tunnels of potential embarrassment, so you tried to keep your mind on the moment. TBH, I get like this sometimes still. For sure, absolutely. You took Cove's outstretched hand. His skin was hot and damp, but yours was probably no better. You squeezed it, giving him an empathetic smile. And together, you carefully made your way onto the dance floor. The game of the most mid-20s looking 13-year-olds. Well, that's the thing. All the 13-year-olds look like they're 19, and all the 40-year-olds look like they're 25. Yeah, I said that as if I would be any different. Clearly, I am a disaster. It's all good. You took your places standing before each other, hands still entwined. Flashback to me screaming date night like 2 minutes ago. Yes. It's gonna be lovely. Frowning, Cove assessed the situation, trying to puzzle it out like a math problem, or putting his remaining free hand on your shoulder. Alright. He put his hand on my shoulder. That mean we're going for the waist? You repositioned his hand to your waist. No, we're good with that. We're gonna put a hand on his waist. There we go. Cove was comfortable with this stance, and the arrangement was good for you too. You were eye to eye with him now. At this distance, there was little else to look at, other than those aquamarine irises. The music had begun. You both moved, eagerly trying to catch up to it, but your feet took you in opposite directions. Fumbling, the two of you shuffled from side to side, attempting to mirror each other's movements, but always winding up at odds. Aww. It was difficult. Cove was struggling just coordinating his own limbs to the rhythm, let alone matching your movements. When Cove's foot ghosted over yours, it was decided it'd be safest for everyone if you simply swayed to the tune. You rooted yourself to the floor, torso gently moving to the sounds. They're doing a dancing Canadian hello. Yeah, it's really funny. Gratefully, Cove kept his movements small and subtle in the same way. You were distinctly aware that almost all the other dancing couples were men paired with women, unlike you and Cove. It didn't bother you. Listen, we grew up with lesbian moms. We're used to this shit. This was a welcoming environment. Your two moms wouldn't be members otherwise. Not being the majority didn't mean that there was any problem with it. This line right here, not being the majority, didn't mean there was any problem with it. Thank you. Good fucking line. Your confidence spilled over onto Cove. Huh. That definitely was a link. You got something to say that isn't posting a link, friendo? Nope, too late. Pint decided you don't get one. Okay, good call, Pint. I accept that. Let's get back to dancing. Your confidence spilled over onto Cove. He tried to be less timid in his demeanor. It was a bot? Thank you, Pint. I couldn't see from here. I appreciate that. Though it didn't improve his dancing, it didn't make it worse, and you hoped that meant he was having a better time. All was fine for a little while. You weren't going to win any dancing accolades with Cove, but it didn't matter when you were just treasuring being so close to him. Cove stepped out of sync with the music, knocking against you. He flinched back, nearly pulling you over in the process. You took a hand from him and held it up, halting proceedings so you get your bearings once more. Okay. Dancing is harder than I thought. The only links welcome are the hero of time. I heard that line, and I must say I would love to have a guy that I can be comfortable with like that. Hell yeah. That's super sweet, right? Yes, the only links allowed are the hero of time. That is true. Instead of feeling better over the mutual struggle, Cove looked off. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Then you took Cove's hand once more and gingerly resumed swaying to the music. Whoops, Pint, that didn't quite work. We're all in the Shadow Realm now. Whoops! When Pint tries to cast a spell against the bots and ends up banning all of us instead. Party in the Shadow Realm! Cove reluctantly followed suit, his steps small and apprehensive. He mumbled something quietly. What happened? Oh, we had a bot, we banned it, and then Pint tried to type in ban all of these goddamn bots, but Nightbot only picked up the first word, and it banned just all. Well, we took over hell, just as planned. Kekakudori indeed. This is a long song. You weren't sure how to take that, whether it meant that something was wrong, or if Cove didn't really like dancing, or if he didn't like dancing with you specifically. No, he's just feeling awkward. It made the last couple of minutes of the song uncomfortable as you weighed up what to do and say to Cove. When the musicians laid their instrument down, Cove dropped your hands as if they were burning him. He trailed off the dance floor as quickly as he could without breaking into an outright run. Oh, Cove, I'm sorry. In truth, you bet that that was faster than most people could manage. You had difficulty tailing him before you got lost in the crowd. When you caught up, he said nothing. You tried to get him into doing something else, but eliciting anything from him was now impossible. You focused over Cove, wondering how he was finding the evening. He sighed. It was so quiet and unobtrusive, you wouldn't have caught it if you hadn't been watching him. His gaze was roaming. With how far away his eyes seemed, whatever he was searching for couldn't be found at this party. He turned to face you before you could say anything. I want to sit down. We can do that. Cove was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Cove began to move, and you instinctively followed him, yet instead of taking a seat at one of the many tables you expected, Cove ignored them as he purposely strode out of the party area. Where are you going? Your call didn't seem to register with him as he continued forward out onto the greens of the golf course. You went after him, trying to watch out for the uneven ground underfoot. The clods of earth dislodged in games of golf were perfect for snatching unwary feet, even in daylight. Up ahead, Cove didn't appear to have any difficulty traversing the uneven land. He settled down over on one of the little hills of the golf course. You joined him, still unsure what was going on. Are you alright? And why are we here? Cove started, as if he acted on instinct and your questions had brought him around to reality again.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm okay. It's, nice over here. You weren't arguing with the statement, but it hardly answered your question. It would have to do for now. We can go back to the party. You didn't budge from your spot. From here, the party was just a glowing haze in the distance. You didn't want to leave him behind. I'm not going to leave you here, and I'm not going to drag you back if you don't want to. His lack of nose really shows here, though. Yeah, fair. Oh, thanks. Now that Cove was more at ease, you tried to find out what had caused him to take flight in the first place. Even thinking the words pained you, but you had to know the answer. Did going to the party with me make you uncomfortable? Logically, you knew that the issue was likely the activity rather than your company. Your heart strained with the worry that you had been at fault, though. Was it because I made you dance? His abrupt departure from that was another indicator that something had gone awry.
What?
No. He shook his head emphatically. It's not anything I did tonight, and it's definitely not anything you did either. Relief overcame you. You suspected as much, but with this being your very first date, it was hard to be sure. Cove attempted to fill the gaps of understanding. I don't want to think about going back to the party. I just feel ready to go home. Did I get my mums? I don't want to ruin their night. Cove sat there quietly, gazing out into the shadowy hills and valleys of the golf course. A comfortably warm wind rustled between you two, tussling his hair. It was so far away from the hubbub of the party, you could even make out the quiet sounds of crickets chirping. This is kind of like how we first met. You remember? How could I forget? You'd always liked him, even from that very first day. It's so weird. That was a long time ago now. Thought back to the day when Cove first arrived in the neighborhood. You had run away from Mr. Holden. He had run away from Mr. Holden, taking solace in the hills behind your house. It had been late, too, on a clear night like today. Looking at the sky, you wondered if the stars that were looking down were the same ones as then. Cove's face was brighter, though you could still see the signs of the strain that had caused him to depart from the soiree. When he first sat down, he had curled up like a pill bug, hunched over, knees pressed to his chest, and his arms wrapped around them. He had unwound as you'd been talking, straightening up, his hands free to gesticulate. It was as though the two of you had constructed your own little world away from everything else, and he was beginning to perk up. That small smile that had crept onto his face was quickly ushered away by a frown. I can't believe I'm on a date. Cove followed up on the statement before you could react. He spoke in a distinctly whispered tone, as though you were the only one in the world who he could share these words with. After I said I wanted to come, I wanted to take it back. Not because I really didn't want to do it, but because, I don't know. It seemed like a big deal. It made me feel bad somehow. I started feeling like I couldn't do it, even though I just wanted to do it. I guess it was sort of like having to give a presentation in front of the class, even though it was just me and you doing something, like we always do. He charged on, his words streaming out. I still could do it because thinking about not being there and you and what you might think if I did take it back made me feel way worse than whatever else I felt.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Cygnus. I'm sorry I can't just deal with stuff like this and I have to make everything so complicated. No need to apologize. I'm sorry I made you feel bad. I don't want you to be here if you don't want to be here. You smiled at him. You didn't have to come. You don't tell me. You don't need to apologize. Cove, you've been like this since the day we met. Cove in this pose looks even older. It's true. You then took his hand. His skin was cool to the touch. His fingers coiled delicately around yours. He finally moved his head to look you straight on, eyes meeting yours.
Cygnus.
Aww. Thanks for inviting me, Cygnus. You stared back at him, not comprehending. But didn't it make you feel bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did. When I had to think about how I was actually doing it, getting to hear that you wanted me to come had made me feel good. He flushed and had to break the fragile eye contact made.
I mean,
I want to keep doing things with you, no matter what, even if I feel weird sometimes. I don't want to stop being there. I don't want you to stop wanting me there. Because when I do whatever it is for real and you're with me, it all feels better in the end. It always does. Felt a tug on your hand and found Cove in the process of standing up. You joined him on your feet. What's up? Cove smiled awkwardly, brushing some grass off the side of his pants.
wanna dance with me?
There we go. He just needed some time to get back to himself. You already danced with me. I didn't think you had a good time. It's a dance party, right? And I think... He trailed off, brow furrowed as if he was trying to figure out the answer himself. Nodding slowly, he continued. I think I want to dance with you again before it's over. Okay, thanks for the lurk, Bayburn. With the only words he had to explain gone, he just held up his hand to you. His expression was soft. I want to dance with you too. Then you reached for his hand and took it in yours once more. Cove bit his lip as your fingers entwined together, his cheeks reddening. My heart cannot take how precious it is. It's so precious. You returned hand in hand. With the party reaching the end of a long evening, dancing couples had become scarce. One pair among many were hard to notice. Now the space around you would act as a spotlight. Not that there were many left to watch you. He was still at ease, even buoyed by the dissipated crowd. This time there was a spring in his step as you walked onto the dance floor together. Cove kept the hold of hand you had given back on the little hell, rested the other on your shoulder. Cove hesitated while you waited for a sign. With the song in progress before you'd stepped out to dance, was no signal for the right moment to begin. The same thought occurred to Cove, who shrugged his shoulders with keeping form. Taking that as your starting point, cautiously began to sway. Cove readily followed your example. You danced wordlessly, dimly aware of the music guiding you, for more focus on Cove, whose attention was firmly fastened on you. Unlike before, when he had nervously looked down at his feet as if trying to keep them in check, his eyes were steady. He didn't allow himself to be shaken when your knees knocked against each other or you both briefly fumbled in your steps. Instead, he chuckled, and it was as soft as the roll of the morning tide. His lips curved into a shy crescent. You had been drifting into a dreamlike state, but that expression, one you'd never seen before, pinned you back to reality. Your heart was in a clinch, held tight, yet straining with the efforts of thumping harder than it had ever after any amount of physical exertion. They're so gay, it's beautiful. As if in response, his hand began to hold yours with increased strength. He pulled you ever so slightly more towards him. Thoughts about what it meant or what might happen when it was over eased, and the both of you were both simply able to have this dance. Time fell away as you took in the small moment. All too soon, the song reached its conclusion. You could have continued quite contently for some time more. You stilled one hand of yours in his. Cove showed no sign of moving either. It was hard to let go. You both heard your name called out, and that brought the dance truly to an end. You spun around to find Mom yelling for you and Cove. Beside her, Ma was shaking her head.
Sorry.
Time to go home. Lonnie, I had to get a hold of them somehow. What'd you want me to do, sneak up on them? Her chosen method was admittedly better than that. You still winced at how dazed you'd been when she had announced her arrival. Cove looked so embarrassed that you seriously worried about him fleeing again. This time, you didn't think he'd stop until he was out of the grounds. Despite Cove's reaction to the scene with your moms, to you, it had been the perfect ending to the evening. You were so glad you got a chance to dance with Cove once more before the night was over. And it was definitely over now. Didn't need to say anything to Cove. Both of you marched wordlessly over to your parents, who were still bickering playfully. Standing shoulder to shoulder, your parents surveyed you and Cove. You wondered if they were still checking that they were returning Mr. Holden's son in the same state that he'd left the house.
So?
That was quite a night, huh, gang? Wasn't it just? Cove managed a self-conscious smile. Yeah. Ma was smiling too, with an expression so soft it could have cradled a newborn chick.
Well?
And how was your very first date? Please don't start on them already. It technically hasn't even ended yet. Fine, fine. Good. Well, we'd better ready ourselves to get back to Elizabeth. We're lucky, the house might still be standing.
Pam.
Oh, shush. She swatted your mom playfully, laughing at the comment. You cast one last look at the party. You saw many people exchanging farewells and suppressing yawns. Most of the faces were happy ones, despite the wariness that was starting to creep in. Cove's head was angled away from you. As you watched, wondering what he was looking at, he came around and met your gaze. It was strange. Though it had only been a few hours of your life, you felt a little older as the result of attending the party. It was like a step away from the world of your childhood, where dressing up is reserved almost exclusively as a form of play, towards something new that you hadn't quite yet grasped. Turning away from the final moments of the party, you shelved that thought for another time, as your moms eagerly led the way back to the car. As you and Cove tailed after them, you felt childlike once more. Boom! And a bit late, but I want to finish part 2. We're going to finish step 2. So, let's finish off, and then summer ended. Let's get it done, and we'll probably call it a stream after. Well, we will call it a stream after. But I want to conclude it. I want to start the next time in chapter 3, in part 3. Here we go. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow, you were heading to class. You were excited to go back. Anxiety gnawed your stomach. It was a bummer. Feelings were muddled. It was a bummer. Summer had been so much fun. When you thought about going back to school, it was with a sense of loss. Soon, you wouldn't be able to choose how your days were spent without the school bell telling you where to be and when. It was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for your final day of freedom. Life was going to be different. You had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So, rather than it being different, it was kind of like a return to the normal. What did your normal life really mean? You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You'd gotten distracted, one arm still out of a sleeve. You pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. This season had brought plenty of changes of its own, like Kyra's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. You were happy you'd finally gotten the chance to know her. You become extremely fond of her. Your mind wasn't made up. Yeah, we're happy to get the chance to know her. Actually, I'd say we're fond of her. We had really good times with her. She was nice. The neighborhood was about to feel a lot emptier. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be there any moment. You'd agree to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over to bring you round to his house. She was ready to set off, but you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kyra's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to readjust, he'd been pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. You returned to your desk, where the box containing your accessories resided. You'd gone out and bought an anklet. You'd gone out and bought several anklets. Well, if I remember correctly, Cove said he liked them. Yeah. We're gonna say several. Your eyes bored? Oh, he did, didn't he? Yup. Yes, he did. Your eyes bored in the box. Should you wear any for Cove's visit today? Yes. Lefteris is not subtle. Lefteris has never been subtle, which is why we're going to wear a bunch of them. Your heart pounded as you adorned anklet after anklet. You had to make sure he noticed, and now there was no way that Cove would miss it. It's fun because I have an anklet I never take off. That's true, Zura. People from the East Coast would be able to hear you jangling. Let's go. The next thought that crossed your mind was, it would only be polite to get the door for Cove. You went downstairs to wait. You couldn't wait to see Cove. You went downstairs to meet him when you arrived. Yeah, we're gonna go. We couldn't wait to see him. You bounded down the stairs, your hand gliding over the rail. Wanted to make sure you got there first. If you didn't hurry, your moms might answer it. It was only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang. As you'd chosen to stand beside it to wait for Cove, there was no delay in pulling it open. Cove was there, just as you'd expected. Seeing you, he flashed you a bright grin.
Hey.
Hi, Cygnus. Hi, Cove, come on in. Once he'd stepped inside, you beckoned for him to follow you upstairs. Wearing anklets like those rubber bracelets from the 2000s. Oh my god. I really have to go to bed. I'm sleepy. Good night, everyone. Sombra, big love to you. Get some sleep. Take care of yourself. And hopefully we'll see you soon. Sweet dreams. Back up in your room, you sat down on your bed and waited for Cove to settle in, as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered him a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Cove sat in your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't the one of someone who planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When is your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We've got some time. She still got a shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want to keep me hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, gaze drifting out through the window, and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving, just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. He leaned back in the chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. She'll be back. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water following a dip in the sea. Cove looked at you, lips parted as if he was about to speak, and then his eyes widened and his mouth closed into a tiny frown. Something had caught his attention. Several somethings, to be accurate. It was a wonder that he hadn't heard or spotted them sooner. He cast his eyes back up to your face, then down to your ankle, back to your face. He repeated the process once, twice more, as if struggling to hold the two items in tandem. Maybe he was weighing up whether this could be a coincidence or not. If so, you weren't sure how much clearer you could be while still being able to lift your feet. Or maybe he was just too shy to verbalize his thoughts, or was still trying to find the words, and this was the most he could manage. Yes, it's so true. The attention made you feel thrilled. You felt energized by how impactful it had been, wanting to leap up, but not wanting to break the spell the jewelry had placed on Cove. On his next glance back to your face, Cove saw your expression had shifted. You watched as bewilderment eroded into mortification as he realized he'd been caught staring. He quickly spun the chair to face the wall instead, allowing you to simply glimpse the flush that had spread all the way to his ears. He twisted in his seat, wringing his hands and determinedly avoiding looking in your direction again. It seemed he'd decided against saying anything at all. We're just gonna ask, does it look good? Cove mumbled something unintelligible as he slumped over, but how he was hunched over, the quiet words had no chance of reaching you. You weren't going to get anything out of him in this state. You waited for him to come around before speaking again. Finally, he piped up very softly.
That's,
Did you do it because of what I said before? I mean, you know. The last few words were whispered as though they were a precious secret. The ankle bracelet. Yes. Full on. I've already asked you out on a date, dude. Clearly I'm into you. His eyes squeezed shut. You had no idea if the answer made him feel better or more nervous. Cove also reminding me that Henley shirts are pog. Absolutely. He eventually looked down at his lap, where his fingers were flexing and curling in an awkward dance of nerves. His chest rose as he breathed deep. Well, it looks good on you. Your heart skittered in your chest like a stone skipping across water. One big leap from the unexpected compliment, followed by a series of shorter ones as you absorbed the words. Hey, I know you invited me on a date, but do you actually like me? Right? It's so good. You beamed at him. He was looking at you again, and at last, and returned the smile shyly. This really couldn't have worked out better, you thought. And was there nothing else? And there was nothing else you could add after that. The conversation lapsed into another comfortable lull. Cove swung his feet underneath the seat of the chair, eyes resting on you. Having him over was always nice. No matter how you spent the time, you always felt better for being in his company. You couldn't help but adore him, both as a friend and in a way that plucked at your heart, a vague yearning for more. Maybe it was because summer was almost over that your feelings were rushing in on you now, like high tide at the end of a long day. Summer was such a meaningful time for the two of you. Not only because it was when you first met, but because it was a season that you two could spend almost entirely as you pleased, and you both chose to spend it together. Comfy silence is really underrated, it's true. You wanted to let Cove know how much you liked him. We've admitted it already twice. We've been like, I like you. We've tried to kiss him. We took him on a date. At this point, no, we're just going in. Wish more people would let silence exist, TBH. That's fair. I have a habit of not letting silence exist because my brain likes to fill in empty gaps. Yeah, we tried to kiss him in an alternate timeline, to be fair. That is true. That is true. We did literally fucking cuddle him still, though. That's canon. Now was the time. You couldn't go another day without expressing these feelings you held. I get nervous in silence if I might be expected to do stuff, but being quiet near someone I trust, that's fair. Ooh. 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 You spoke words of affection. You confessed by kissing him. You asked if you could kiss him. If up to this point he had made it clear that he'd be comfy with it, I would just pounce him. But I'm not going to do that to him. We are going to ask, though. Are we safe scumming? No, we're going to ask. We're going to ask. Cygnus wants to kiss, but will not do it without permission. He is going to, in about 2 seconds, he's about to completely melt, but we have to ask. Can I kiss you? Cove's eyebrows shot up fast enough they could have flown off his face. As a match, his mouth might have dropped off his head for how much it fell open.
What?
What? Why? Glassed his hand over his mouth, eyebrows lowered but expression no less terrified. Oh no, I didn't mean, that's not how I meant it. It's not a bad idea or something, but why just say that right now? He doesn't think it's a bad idea. I have a tweet saved that says, asking if you can kiss someone is one of the cutest things you can say anyways. I agree, I think it's really cute. Because I want to right now. Cove's chest began to rise and fall visibly as he swallowed short breaths in quick succession.
Sorry.
Sorry for being weird, it's just, I kind of thought or hoped that sometime something like this might happen, with us talking about liking each other. Oh my god. Oh my god! You did? You were thinking about it before? You absolutely does that. Yeah. He nodded ever so slightly. Your face felt a lot hotter after that. Cove brightened at a little at your positive reaction, and his explanation continued. Well, I could sort of picture how it might go. What it might be like with you and me. Oh my god, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. Stay calm, it's happening! But just the first part, I could never imagine anything that would come after. And now it's actually happened. We're there. It's... He took another deep breath, stuttering on the exhale.
That's,
This makes things different. Things don't have to be different. It's Disaster Central and so gay. It's true. Things don't have to be different. He gave you a wan smile. Thanks. But I don't think that'll work. I can't just forget. I definitely can't. Finally, Cove drew in a breath deeper than you would have thought his lungs could hold. Must have managed somehow, however, because he held it in without so much of a puff exhaled. That would have made sense if he'd been about to dive underwater, but sitting in the middle of your room, it was an odd and concerning choice. Cove, are you alright? He didn't respond, sitting as rigidly as a statue. You were about to get up, or at least nudge the chair with your foot, when he let out the breath and took another. This one, while deep, wasn't quite as dramatic. Okay. His voice cracked on the word, the O squeaking out followed by a dip on the second syllable. You perked up, straightening in your seat. Straightest that you'll ever be. It wasn't clear whether this was a response to your original question or the follow-up where you asked if he was alright, but having him speak again was a good start.
I
mean, we can. We can kiss. I want to do that. Gasp escaped you. It was okay. He wanted to kiss you. Permission granted. Go in. Go in. We have the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You untangled yourself from your resting position and stood up. Realizing your intent to actually go for it, Cove straightened up in the chair, his hands coiled together in his lap. As you moved towards him, you noticed his knees knocking together as he trembled. His decision not to rise from the chair made perfect sense. He was that shaky while sitting down. There was no way he'd manage to stand without at least one of you falling over. Your legs brushed against his quivering ones as you came to stop in front of him. Cove was staring up at you. As you leaned in towards him, he echoed the motion and drew in towards you. You were close enough to feel Cove's breath on your face. You closed your eyes. The last thing you saw was Cove quickly doing the same. That's so fucking cute. Oh my god. Your lips met with Cove's for a moment. His lips were pressed tightly together, unyielding, but it was alright. You were kissing him, and he was kissing you. Your stomach somersaulted. You couldn't believe it was really happening. In that moment, it felt warm, felt nice, and it felt right. Call me the anti-Grinch because my heart is 3 sizes too large. You drew back, and Cove slipped down into the chair, knuckles of his hands pale after gripping so tightly. Thinking that you could do with some space to breathe, figuratively and literally, you took a step back. Cove shot up, his stance rigid. Plastered a hand over his mouth, his eyes shut tight. His back then became bowed, shrinking him down. You could only make out a few of the words he had managed to summon.
Oh my god, oh my god!
He's losing it! I can't believe we actually... His eyes flew open wide, but he didn't look your way, let alone meet your gaze. I don't know, he's already met the gay pretty much.
Oh my god!
We kissed. We kissed. His reaction was really cute. You were full of nerves. You thought his flush was really funny. You watched him adoringly as he tried to gather his senses. I say 3 sides out like 50, and then pint with the saltic. Perfect. Love it. Cove only slammed his eyes closed once again. Did you like it? He was still holding a hand to his face, but in an attempt to answer, he emitted a muffled whimper. With that obviously not working, he uncovered his face at last, bringing the hand to lay against his chest and looked at you. Yeah? He opened his mouth, poised to speak, and pursed his lips as words failed him. On his third or fourth attempt, you heard what he had to say. I did like it. I'm glad that we, you know... He swallowed, seemingly not able to speak the actual word. That we kissed? Cove ducked his head but nodded. You got the impression that he was grateful you finished the thought, where your direct words had pierced his Achilles heel. The Saltic is the only appropriately awkward emote I have. It is so beautifully awkward. I love it. You grinned, thrilled that the experience had been a welcome one. The smile on Cove's face was real but wary, not unlike the one he wore after a long and exhausting day of activity. Like when he'd made a new personal best. The work had been hard, but the reward had been worth it. With some newfound confidence, he drew himself up as he inhaled deeply. Each word he spoke next was delicate. Oh my god, it's the Ashley Roboto heat!
Cygnus.
Cygnus, I like you. A lot. Probably way too much. He ducked his head bashfully and opened an eye, peeking at you through the hair that had fallen over his face like a veil. He managed to smile. Yeah, no shit, we've been new.
Thanks for waiting for me.
That's fucking sweet. His eyes sparkled just looking at you, his affection transparently clear. He could never hide what he was feeling, and you couldn't be more grateful for that today. They're gonna be those obnoxiously in love childhood sweethearts. Oh, 100%. I like you too. Cove squeaked out a nervous giggle. He curled his hand into a loose fist and brushed the knuckles idly against his cheek. Words evaded him as he opened his mouth and closed it again. We're just incredibly good at silencing him repeatedly. I don't... Gave up on finishing the sentence, instead just smiling again. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hands. It was an action usually reserved for much later in the day, but at this point it had already felt like a long day. Then Cove pressed a hand to his creased forehead.
Oh my god.
Does this mean I'm your boyfriend or something now? Should we tell our parents? I don't know what Dad or Mom would do. There were a lot of concerns here. You honed in on the simplest. There was no way your moms would let you have a boyfriend, even though that word juxtaposed with Cove's name made your heart race. My parents won't let me have a boyfriend, or even a something. Not fair, I wish we were older, it's okay. It doesn't matter though, we like each other and that's what's important. Nothing anybody else thought about your relationship changed what it was between the two of you. Are you fucking sure about that, Cygnus? I think that they're happy that, like... I mean, I think Mom put the nail on the head. She's so happy that her son has somebody that he loves so much. He just wishes that he didn't show up at the age of fucking 8. Imagine being a parent and knowing probably within one summer that your 8-year-old son has found their romantic soulmate now, and it being so painfully obvious. I could not imagine trying to deal with that as a parent, being like, okay, so this is good and like we like it and like we're not gonna change the feelings, but damn, we gotta keep an eye on them so they don't hurt themselves. Like, ugh. Tough situation for the parents. They take it like fucking champs, truly. At that point, you'd have to question whether or not you're living in a visual novel. Funny that. Cove lifted his hand from his chest and reached towards you, halting halfway, then slowly, cautiously, hooked his fingers around yours, his palm pressed against the back of your hand. You held his hand back. You rotated your hand so you were palm to palm with Cove, your thumbs crossing one another. We can get it to work. We always figure things out, sooner or later. Yeah, we'll just be sneaky kids about it until our parents don't freak out. You're right. No matter what, it's okay in the end when it's the two of us. Your forthright statement made Cove gasp, but the smile that followed and the tighter grip on your hand told you that he had appreciated it. Cygnus, Cove! Sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mum and Mrs. Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step on the way was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed leaving the house. Cove froze altogether before you could both cross the street.
Oh.
Door's open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. Swallowed hard. He's really gonna leave. Gonna wash the dishes, but apparently we don't have rubber gloves. Oh shit. Yeah, the last pair of rubber gloves had giant holes in them, Pella. I'm sorry. I will help with the dishes very shortly. We're just finishing this up and then we're done. You smiled at him reassuringly. You gave his back a pat. You rested your hand on his arm. This isn't the last time you'll ever see her. I know, but I got used to having her here. Yeah. It was hard to think of a world where you didn't have both your moms living at home with you, so you couldn't even imagine how hurt Cove must have been feeling knowing that his mom was leaving. You thought you saw his bottom lip quiver just before he turned his head away from you. We don't have to head over if you don't want to. No, it'll be worse if I miss her leaving. Okay. At that, some of the conflict warring on his face eased a bit. Together you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey kids. Good timing. I just called the taxi.
Hi.
Hi Cygnus. So glad I got to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to the name that I've heard so many times. She winked, and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I'm really happy I got to meet you too. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see each other again. Nodding, Kyra turned her attention back to her boys. Patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
I'm so happy this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. Then Cove stiffened. Kyra loosened her hold on him enough to study his face, concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been just meant for her son.
What do you think?
You want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Cove sighed, and his gaze flicked over to you for a moment. Then, just as quick, it was back on his parents.
It's okay.
It's all right.
Really?
Are you sure? I don't want to do it now. I can tell Dad later. Nervously, you watched the exchange with the growing suspicion that Cove didn't want to have that conversation while you were there. You wondered if you should offer to leave when Kyra gave Cove a pat on the head.
All right.
You can always call me if you want me to be part of the conversation, okay? I'll call. Thanks, Mom. Cliff still looked baffled about what Kyra and Cove were referring to, but you watched as his shoulders slowly relaxed. You figured that he decided to wait for Cove to be ready to talk to him. And with Cliff's silence, things seemed to be settled for now. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house and in clear view of the open door. Kyra stood up, smiling sadly. What do you see, Mikey? Well, that's my ride. Yeah. Matching reply got a chuckle out of Kyra as you all filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kyra's bags in hand. Cove came out to his mother. Ah, yeah, I see what you're saying. That's a good eye, Mikey. That's a good eye, Mikey. Cove came out to his mother, but has not come out to his dad yet. I think you're right, Mikey. We'll find out, but I think you're right. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably, and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hi, Cygnus. Hi, Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. I thought I could visit one more time before school started. I guess Cove doesn't want to come out to Cygnus yet. I wonder when that'll happen. I feel like it's more a case that, like, Cove isn't ready to come out to his dad in front of Cygnus. I don't think he wants Cygnus to be there when he comes out to his dad.
Sorry.
Picked a busy time. Sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He was nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. I would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We're just about set. In a short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Ira took one last look at everyone inside. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed started making their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling, but Kyra still made no move to get into the taxi. Placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk in the door at home, otherwise we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there.
Can do.
I can do that. And you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course, I want to hear all about it. Kyra put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. He then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom!
Cove.
I love you so much, baby. He was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap on the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed at his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving, took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad, then wrapped his arm across his back.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye, travel safe. Kyra rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See, they're very obviously still amicable. I want to know why they can't live together. You again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to call out with your family and hers, wave goodbye. Yeah, we're going to call out. You added your voice to the others. You watched as Kyra's smile grew larger. Cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps into the empty street, still looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. You jumped a bit when your mom put your hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. This is a great vacation, huh? Yeah, that's what I was hoping to hear. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomely, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth.
Well?
Well, Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That would be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Your moms exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head.
How sweet.
That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged.
It's okay.
It's okay, I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. He wondered if Mom's joke was just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Ma tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You all can come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so I'll be out of your hair so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. I'd be a terrible parent because I don't know how to do lunches. It's such an awkward meal. Pro tip! I can make it very unawkward for you real quick. Ready? Anything can be a lunch. Fucking anything. There's nothing that can't be a lunch. Therefore, just make anything. I made pancakes for lunch? Hell yeah. Anything can be any meal. Absolutely. But I mean, like, when you're making food for guests, you might sit a little more traditionally. But with lunch, there's no fucking rules. You can put anything at lunch. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. My go-to lunches are smoothies, or just saltines, bit of cheese, and beef jerky. Hell yeah. I have much bigger lunches because I've got an appetite that is insatiable. But yes, absolutely. I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, that's going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? Wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who are inviting you in. Maybe it's just that I have like 3 meal ideas that I cycle through. That's okay. That just means you got to find some more recipes. I guarantee you can find some nice easy recipes that you could learn that wouldn't be too tough. Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
But also, autistic same food is a whole thing. Sure, yeah, if you like the things you like, eat them. I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged.
True.
An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened, and he seemed more hyped than you'd expect to be helping him with lunch. Yeah, because he fucking loves cooking. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. And all us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
Alright.
I'll stay with the kids. You're not that much older, Elizabeth.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. With the plan decided, all 3 parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face.
So
what now? You silently wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there in 1,001 times. It's new to me. Let's do it. You strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach, and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The 4 of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool. He ran over to a street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. There he is! Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Instant noodles or rice? Those are both great. Goldfish crackers, craft dinner, Miss Vicky's chips, chicken nuggets, Rice Krispies. Yes, yes, yes. Apples are the only thing with variation that are comfort. Interesting. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? You have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Everyone always clowns on me for not being able to do apples. If you don't like it, you don't like them. Who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Ms. Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat? Please, Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Okay, Elizabeth, that was funny. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene.
Maybe?
Maybe there's a boss of Shopping Street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if somebody wants a real store, but here, I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whenever they want to or whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed, and Derek almost began vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out it's a possibility, you know? Yeah, I also don't like citrus pulp. I love orange juice, but it has to be pulp-free. There's got to be something. We know cool stuff. I'm sure we could think about it. We could plan a show that would really get a crowd pumped. Mandarins can stay, but they're on thin ice. Thought it was a great idea and wanted to be a part of it. Let's make some more music. I'm in. Woo!
Nice.
I can't stand pulp and drinks. Me neither, Mikey. Me neither. I knew I could count on you. Now we just need the act. It'll come to us. Right. Some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everybody laughed at. Cove picked out a blob as Iceland, and Derek thought that had to be Greenland. People who serve grapefruit without warning are also cancelled. Oh no. I am also not a fan of grapefruit.
Mm-hmm.
You know this is a world with what looks like 9 continents? I think you're both wrong. No, it's Australia. The other 3 giggled at your interjection. Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him and tried to see what caught his attention. You saw a familiar face down the way. It all made sense. Oh, is this asshole back? Is it time for round 3 with Dickbutt McFuckface? Saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Yeah, hello. Welcome to Cygnus's Knuckle Sandwich Shop. We're serving hands. Fantastic hands and where to catch them. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned, and Cove tensed up. You couldn't help but remember the last time you'd seen Jeremy at Miranda's birthday party. No wonder Cove was already defensive. You glared at Jeremy. Oh, well, that kills people. I kill people and you catch ants. Yeah, it's true. Nope, we're glaring at him. Fuck him. You narrowed your eyes and projected your dislike. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not going to start anything. That's right. He ain't going to start anything with us because he already knows where he can catch these hands. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid.
What?
Huh? Still didn't get it. That first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed, and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Her eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. Hadn't forgotten about the day you met him either. He was going to only be in town for a vacation with the parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. Mention that realization to everyone. You kept the thought to yourself. Broke from the group and went after Jeremy. Nah, fuck him. Jeremy's probably gone for good now. It's time for him to go back to wherever he's from.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we don't have to worry about that guy anymore. Derek kicked a little rock back in the road. It clattered forward and rolled under a stall. I still think it's kind of sad Jeremy turned out to be, well, like he is. It would have been nice to make another friend. Spoiler, Elizabeth surprises you all and was secretly planning to hide the body. I'd believe it. Cove shook his head. He was clearly not broken up over what might have been. I'm happy it's over. No, good riddance. Fuck him. Elizabeth rolled her eyes at the strange farewell to the odd boy, not interested in the slightest. She clearly didn't understand his impact, and at this point she didn't want to understand. Jeremy was unlike anyone you had ever met before. Real spoilers that she already had a plan worked out for months. Thought he was horrible, he thought he was weird, thought he was stupid, thought he was kind of pitiful, thought he was okay. Honestly, I think he's pitiful. I don't even think he's horrible, I think he's pitiful. You and the group moved on from the stall and from Jeremy. So Mara, I am curious, and I am asking out of curiosity, is there a way that you can actually be friends with him? Because it didn't feel like you could be friends with Jeremy without him being an absolute fucking asshole to you first. Like, you had to endure him being a shitty person to be friends with him. And if that was the only way, then I would not want it. It didn't take long for everyone to return to the joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you by now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet.
Okay.
Come on, guys. Let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. I also am starving. Cove stretched out one of his arms lazily. Let's go, then. You looked at him appraisingly. You're not particularly receptive to anything this summer, really. He kind of hates everyone and everything. Oh, is he going to come back around? Spicy. Are we going to see this fucker again? I'll punch him again. I don't give a shit. You asked Cove to carry you back to the house. No, I wouldn't do that to him. Then you followed Elizabeth as he took it upon her... Actually, no, we're going to do it because it's going to be funny. Hey, Cove? Yeah? Could you carry me back home?
What?
What? Cove turned red, obviously flustered. No, we need to tease Cove. We haven't teased him enough. You explained you wanted a piggyback ride. You told him it was a special occasion. You decided to let it go. You didn't want to walk back. Want a piggyback ride, and you're the only one big enough to give me one. Cove sighed and shook his head. Elizabeth and Derek became a chorus of laughter. Come on, Cove, it'll be fun. All right. Cove stepped over to you. He looked like he couldn't believe what he was doing. Your lips quirked into a large smile. Aw, yeah, thanks. Carefully crouched down in front of you so you could climb on. It wasn't hard to hop on. He slipped his arms under your legs and did his best to lift you. It was wobbly, but he managed to stand all the way up. Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Eric laughed even harder. It was fair to say that your antics were entertaining. You were glad Cove went with it. And also, with me on his shoulder, we've got to be like fucking 8 feet tall. Cove carried you home, but he seemed pretty bashful about the situation. Struggled with how much to grip around you and whether or not he should try to reposition things. But along with that, he also seemed to feel some pride to be carrying you. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got in the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. The 3 parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time.
Hey.
Hope you're hungry. When Cove brought you inside, the parents couldn't help but notice the odd conveyance. Your moms were unsure, and Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow.
Everything okay?
Did you pull something, Cygnus? I'm okay. Aw, Cove, you've gotten so strong.
Good kid.
And reliable, too. What a guy. Cove rolled his eyes at the commentary, then started walking to the couch. He bent down, and you let yourself plop back on the couch. Thanks for the lift. Cove exhaled loudly and shook his arms. He just seemed relieved that he made it. So did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware had already been placed out. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right. But he blushed a little and began fidgeting with his silverware. His dad was the first to pick up on his extra awkwardness, but your moms weren't that far behind. Your parents shared looks at Cove's reaction. It seemed that he was struggling with how to act normal around his dad, or your parents, or both, after what happened between the two of you upstairs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. I had fun. Yeah, the bank heist went off without a hitch. Yeah, I gotta make a joke to break the tension. Your joke got some chuckles going around the table. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set a platter down full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we had a group this big over for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side and make sure you all get one? Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters all around. As you passed Cove his drink, your hands touched. Cove froze. Oh my god, Cove! Relax! You had already let go, not yet realizing that he was too distracted to function in that moment. Oh no! The glass fell down to the table, landing with a sharp clatter of glass on wood. Cove scooted his chair back with a restrained shout. Disaster gaze!
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'll just get a towel or something. Cove is a beautiful disaster, this kid. He looked around in a frantic panic, as if an object to soak up the water would magically appear if he turned his head fast enough. His dad bit his lip in worry, rising from his own seat. Cove, what's going on? You've been a little out of it today. Did something happen? Cove tensed, frozen again. He stared at the water on the tabletop as if he wanted to sink in it. Spoke up to cover Cove. You blanked on anything that could be said. You admitted what happened between the two of you. They had to find out sometime. You accidentally blurted it out. Honestly, I'm not this smooth. Let's try to cover. Oh, actually, that's true. I would say that. If something did happen, you should wait for Cove to want to talk about it. Trying to make him say things in front of everybody wouldn't be good. Ooh, this is gonna out me so hard. I am defending Cove harder than I ever have in my life with that sentence. Oh, boy. The audacity of a 13-year-old. Mr. Holden nodded slowly. He still seemed worried, but after another look at Cove, he smiled sympathetically.
Right.
Well said, Cygnus. I'm here when you're ready, son.
Of course.
Of course. Hey, luckily these parents are incredible. Cove breathed a sigh of relief, shot you an apologetic look. You shot him a covert thumbs up. As everything got set up, Ma chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
Now.
And you shouldn't slouch. Posture check, everybody. Ma says posture check. No slouching. Ma said so. And you know they're just like, gay disaster. Got it. You pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. She's calling out the dad. Ma calls the shots. Let's go. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about the sudden attention and carefully arranged his posture to do something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave a level look at her. Shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house, either. Elizabeth groaned, long suffering. Ma giggled, and Mr. Holden chuckled. Yeah, it's just old rules. I don't actually know the logic behind it.
Not bad.
A lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. The holdover from the Victorian era, there's a practical reason for it once upon a time, I'm pretty sure. Huh. His table manners on top of all of his attempts to aid your parents made him the model of meal attendee behavior.
Aw.
Nothing. It's true, though. You've been a lovely guest. I've noticed that, too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. Do you have anything good to say about our other guest? Oh, Elizabeth, you absolute cold, calculated bitch. No arms on tables is clearly a rule made by people whose shoulders are actually attached. Yeah, for some reason, specifically elbows. She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Cove getting called out. Oh my god. Cove frowned at that and absentmindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your mom laughed lightly.
There.
Elizabeth, you should know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore, because he's going to be your brother-in-law one day. Gets put my weight with my forearms, though. Yeah. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Manners. Who cares? I think that revealed teased Cove for his bad habit. Complimented Derek on his politeness. You joked that Derek was basically an adult. We're going to compliment Derek and not tease Cove for once. Thanks, Abel. If you're at a proper dining table, you're taking up somebody else's space and are likely going onto their cutlery and possibly their food. It's cool how you know all those manner things. Oh, thank you. He seemed a bit more embarrassed by getting a compliment from a kid his age. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple of games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. Time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms, and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye-bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Jesus, Elizabeth, holy shit. Cove raised an eyebrow, and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, I see you. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Cygnus. We're hugging. I don't care. We're hugging. You step forward and spread your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him in your arms. I'm over here subluxating my shoulder for the salt. Oh my god. Cove hugged you back tightly, and his chest rumbled as he laughed. His cheeks were slightly red, especially when he looked over and noticed that Derek had watched the whole thing. Derek smiled amusedly. Seriously, dude, we'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He offered Cove a high five, and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. You elected to stay outside the front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked up the ground distractedly.
Well,
Dad's gonna be gone for a while, so you wanna go for a walk? Sure, I don't mind. Two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you noticed he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. You somehow ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from it. In fact, you now noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least, his mouth was turned up. There wasn't really anything that felt really happy in the expression. He turned away and the smile fell off his face. He stared intently at the ground and he raised an eyebrow. If you want to talk about something, I'm here. I'm a little sad. It's just, with school starting back up again, it's going to be harder to visit. I'm going to have homework and clubs and practices and everything else.
This sucks.
It really sucks we go to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? You channeled some optimism into the conversation. We gotta cheer him up. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. Also, you're trying to make habits for potential formal, even full-service dinners. You are going to have different standards than our modern level of casual dining. Yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. Going to a fancy meal is a whole other world, too. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. Hey, Cygnus, I actually wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. There was a pause, and you waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. Oh no, Derek, please don't have a crush on me. Derek, please don't have a crush on me. Oh no. I could be with a guy. I'm going to be honest with him, but then I'm going to have to crush his heart. I could be with a guy. Okay, then. He hesitated before finishing his question.
So...
Damn it! No! Derek, I'm so sorry. Oh, Derek, I'm so sorry. So, what I mean is, is there any guy that you think is kind of cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that. He ducked his head further. You already knew the answer. You had confronted that very topic this afternoon. Well, I like Cove. This is probably going to shoot us in the face, but I have to tell him the truth. I have to tell him the truth. Oh, I'm sorry, Derek. Derek chuckled and didn't look at all surprised. Yeah, I kind of thought so. That's cool. I really hope things work out. Thanks for answering my random questions. He shot you a thumbs up. I hope we'll always be friends. No matter what. Yeah, we're not going to lead him on. Absolutely not. Even if we don't see each other for a long time, or if we get really busy, I still hope... Cut himself off and met your eyes. There was something serious to him. Sincerely worried you'd fall out of friendship. Hope so too. I want us to be friends forever. I feel like he's hiding it a bit. Derek smiled, mostly to himself. He seemed a little more like the usual. Derek is also very mature for a 13-year-old. He handles shit incredibly well, honestly. And for sure, we have to make the most of next year. The year after that, and the year after that. Like, it's funny, because he gets really excitable like a kid, but his emotional maturity is really high. He's got a really high emotional maturity, even though he acts like the most kid of them all. Like, he acts the most like a 13-year-old, but emotionally he's more grown up. It's a really interesting character. We rambled on for a while about things. We'll just make the most of every year. Right. You smiled, and it felt like your friendship was still going strong. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to the street. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone were free. Yeah, he'll probably privately deal with it. Like, he's probably upset, but at least we're not fucking shooting him down. He's got his answer, now he can move on from it. Oh, we gotta call Lee. We gotta call Lee. You picked up the receiver and quickly punched in the familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered.
Hey!
Hey! Hi, Lee. Can you talk? Definitely. We practically have to. My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me.
Boo!
Ew, and I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you survive your first day. Me too. I need a good year. Ditto. At least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Finally, you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were still so many you hadn't filled her in on yet. You reminisced about a moment of your summer. Began to speak about... the road trip. You talk about 6 of these? Well, we're going to talk about the important ones first. Went on a vacation. Cove's parents ended up inviting my whole family on an RV road trip.
Really?
Whoa, that's awesome. It was a 3-day trip, and we visited the Redwood National Forest. Lucky. Cove was flirting with me on the trip. Cove snuck up into the loft where I was staying. Oh, well, we're gonna dish. We dished to Lee.
What?
Cove did... Wait, start at the beginning. It took a while till you stopped laughing from Lee's reaction long enough to tell her every detail of the story. She excitedly squealed more than once. I can't believe you've been holding out on me with such a juicy story. Nothing really happened. Keep telling yourself that. You have to keep me updated on what happens next. Oh, I'm about to. It's hard to focus on what she was saying. Your face was probably red right now just thinking about what happened. Cove's mom took you on a wild ride. Oh, one time Cove's mom had me and Cove go with her on this ride all over town. Why'd she do that? Just cuz? Sort of. We got caught in a sun shower and she wanted to help us air dry, and it kept going from there. She rolled the windows down, it was super windy, we went into a movie without even knowing what it was. She bought me everything I wanted at the burger place. This one. It was this ghost horror movie, and it was actually really fun to watch. Really? What happened in it? You took a little time to explain to her the events of the film. She listened, very entertained. Now we're going to talk about the birthday party. Went to Cove to a birthday party. It was for a classmate we had, Miranda. Ooh, birthday parties are always fun. There was a bounce house, games, and cake and ice cream. She knows how to throw a party. The genesis of punch! Jeremy appeared out of nowhere. Yeah, we gotta tell her we punched Jeremy.
Oh.
Jeremy, wait, he was that mean new kid, right? Uh-huh. Really bothered me to deal with him. I stood up against him. I defended Cove from him. Cove told him off. I stood up against him. That's what I'm talking about. That outburst had you grinning, thinking back on the memory. It felt pretty good. Oh, we didn't tell her specifically we punched. Okay, that's fine. Then we went to Cove's house for dinner. One night, Cove's parents invited me over for dinner at their house for the first time. Mr. Holden made Mexican food. The meal was good. Mexican is yummy, that is no surprise. What else happened? We played card games. Fun! Uh-huh, and we bet with real money. No way! His parents are cool. Gotta talk about the country club. I went to a soiree at my mom's country club. There was lots of food, dancing, and people dressed up formally.
Cool.
Oh, I've been to one of those. They're cool, but how did it go for you? Yo, I can fix that. How you doing? We're just finishing up this chapter of visual novel. How you doing, man? Alright, time to break her cousin. Cove was my date. No way. You asked him on a date? Like a date? Yeah. Ooh. After laughing a bit, you dove into telling Lee everything about your night with Cove. You enjoyed sharing that memory with her. What was your big highlight of the summer, Lee? Oh, good. We got it in just in time. Excellent. You're good, just chilling? Hell yeah. Let's go. Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Even though it was just a phone call, you knew that Lee was winking at you. Come on, tell me. What, you don't believe me? Lee?
All right.
All right, so okay, a high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing. Wait, you got to go to fucking Europe? Hello, we're almost done. You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until you were both yawning to each other over the phone. Before you go, there's one other thing. I told Cove I had a crush on him. Before you go, there's one other thing. No, we have to tell Lee. We have to tell Lee. We're telling Lee that we kissed him. There was a pause of silence. Knowing your cousin, you decided to pull your ear away from the phone. As expected, a screech loud enough for you to still make out clearly from a distance crackled through the speaker. When you felt it was safe, you put the phone back against your head. Lee was still gushing to herself, though a little less loudly. Why didn't you say so sooner? He had to have kissed you back, right? You two are the most perfectly perfect pair ever. Tell me, please. You used the precious little time you had left to try filling her in as best as you were capable of in the moment. But soon the approach of curfew became too much for you to ignore, despite how excited the both of you were. After that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up for in the morning. Bye, Lee.
Bye.
Night, Cygnus. Talk to you later. Just in case, I'm going to save here. You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that it was only about 10 minutes until your mums would be insisting you had to go to bed so you could be rested well enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling rested, and looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove. Yeah, because this chapter can't end without it actually being with Cove. When the surprise faded, you realized it wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was actually something Cove would do. I know, Pella. I gotta finish the chapter. I can't end stream without finishing the chapter. I heard you the first time. You went outside to meet up with him. Yup. Rolling casually, you went over to the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you, and you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey, you had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your mom's roped you back inside for bed. Hey, what are you doing out here?
Nothing.
Nothing, really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. I know how you feel. It's hard to stay still. Tomorrow's going to be the start of a new year. At the mention of school, a small noise escaped him. Cove let himself fall back onto his butt.
Thank you for the subscription.
LMP, thank you for the sub. 6-month streak. You absolute legend. Hope you're doing well. How are you? Cove let himself fall back onto his butt and then all the way down, so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. Yo. Laid down yourself. Let's go. We're just finishing up the final chapter of part 2 of this visual novel. You lowered yourself to lay back on the hill. He had been lost in thought or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking, unprompted again.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for being kind of awkward when my mom was leaving. Surprised, you stared at him a moment. Weren't expecting that. I just wanted you to know that I talked to my dad about how I felt and things. It's okay now. You were genuinely glad to hear that, but it brought a small smile to your face. But your thoughts quickly wandered back to the first day you met Mr. Holden. Did his dad confess about that? The way Cove talked, you guess he hadn't. So there was more Cove and his dad should talk about, but it was a relief to know that they had made a start. Now was not a good time to bring up what you were thinking, though. You could wait longer to say it. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life just by moving in next door. Couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and you had no idea what to say. Still, without a word from you, Cove shook his head strongly. What? It's you. Huh? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. That's what you do all the time. So, I'm being you. Do that all the time, too. You're stunned that he noticed enough to take note of it. There was no response that you could give, but you noticed Cove smiling softly at you. He wasn't trying to be mean with it. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. Turning a smile, you realized there was no denying that you two have been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle.
See you tomorrow.
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you then. With a final wave, Cove headed for home, but you stayed there a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to his simple statement, see you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. It was hard not to think about Cove. There hadn't been enough time to really figure it all out after what happened between you. You felt excited. There was little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. Your eyes snapped open. A light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it as a tapping sound. Quiet, slow, but persistent. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. That, you knew exactly what it was. From the color of the light filtering into your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon. That didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat up in bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. Just as you expected, there was your neighbor crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. He was wearing a wetsuit and a shy smile.
Cygnus.
Hi, Cygnus. You stared back, blinking. So technically we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate, each word a careful explanation. What a fucking hopeless romantic, oh my god. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Always. His smile widened affectionately. You rushed to get changed into something suitable while Cove climbed back down to ground level. Your limbs, half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out your front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and then back to you. Checked the door was closed, gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out and saw you, and your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you he was thinking the exact same thing, holding back snickers for fear of being heard and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast, downhill, simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It wasn't enough of one. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, each was a little closer and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead for you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. In between. Amazing. I honestly don't know if we're going to change things here. I'm gonna get a leg scar from being a dumbass. Oh, we can get a nose ring? Let's go. Nice. You can save at the creation screen. Where is the save button? Oh, there it is. Perfect. Yep. All right, we will finish this. We will finish this next week. We'll finish creating next week because we are definitely done. The next time we do this, it's 5 years again. So we're going to be, what, 18? Going to be awesome. Going to be awesome. Thank you all so much for today. This has been an amazing stream, and I love and appreciate you all very much. Yes, last chapter went a little longer than I was expecting it to, but we did make it to the end. We're here now. So, let's find somebody to raid. COVID-18 is going to murder chat. Yeah, it's going to be a problem. It's definitely going to be a problem. And then there's COVID-23. Yep. Oh, yeah, there's 4 chapters. There's 4 chapters, Alice. This goes all the way to 23. Yeah, we're officially at the halfway point.